So good morning. Welcome to the 577th board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I am Carl Longley, Chair of the Central Valley Water Board, and I will introduce the other board members in just 1 minute. This is the 10th meeting that we're conducting during the COVID-19 emergency. In order to comply with public gathering limitations and physical distancing requirements, and as authorized by Government Code 11133, there is no physical meeting room. For folks who only want to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available. In addition, we are receiving presentations and public comment through a meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment or think that you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from our staff. If you have not already received a password, you can now email us one at, and I'm going to read this to you very carefully, agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. That address is the word agenda, directly followed by the number 5 with no space. And then the ampersand at the word waterboards.ca.gov. Include speaker comment in the subject line so that we can follow up with you. Once again, put speaker comment in the subject line. For those in the Zoom meeting, you'll be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. Our meeting host, Gene Coughlin from our IT team, will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you have finished speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you'll be placed on mute and your camera will be turned off. We appreciate your patience and understanding during this extraordinary time. I'll now introduce the other board members as follows. Denise Cadera, the Vice Chair from Allensworth. Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. Carmen will be joining us shortly. Raji Brar of Bakersfield, who will also be joining us shortly. Mark Bradford of Sacramento will not be joining us today. Sean Yang of Sacramento. Sean. Nick Avdis of Sacramento. And I'm Carl Longley of Fresno. State Board member Nicole Morgan is participating in this meeting, and she will give an update to the board a little later. I'll now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff.
Good morning, Chair Longley, members of the board, Nicole Morgan. I'd like to introduce today, we have Assistant Executive Officers in the Rancho Cordova office, Adam Lapitz and JJ Baum. We have Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer in our Reading office. And we have Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer in our Fresno office. Also on the call from the Office of Chief Counsel is Senior Counsel Jessica Yar. I believe Senior Counsel now, David Lancaster as well. Counsel Bailey Toft Dupuis, and I think one of your first appearances, Attorney Chris Moskal as well, joining us from the Office of Chief Counsel. In addition, we have Mindy Maxwell, my executive assistant, who's here helping to facilitate some of the behind the scenes stuff that goes on for the meeting. Bob Chow and Jean are IT coordinators. And I believe we have Kelly Garver also on the line. She's our administrative officer here at the board. In addition to those folks, we have a number of staff online who will be giving presentations over the course of the day. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Dr. Longley.
Thank you very much. Denise, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? You got to unmute yourself. You're muted.
Okay, I'm glad to have the camera back on. All right, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
and
with
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this point, we'll move to agenda item 2, which is board member communications. And are there any communications from the board members?
Dr. Longley, I met with staff and representatives of the Northern California Water Association on matters related to the irrigated lands program and beyond.
Thank you very much.
I have a
Denise?
report, Dr. Longley.
Go ahead.
I'm excited to report that we've been working on the electrochemical arsenic removal project, pilot project here in Allensworth. And this past month, Dr. Ashok Gagill of the Gagill Lab at University of California, Berkeley, informed us that their electrochemical arsenic remediation process work had been peer reviewed and published in the Water Research Journal. That's very good news for us. This pilot project got underway in Allensworth starting in February 2008, study done in 2019, and included participation from annual work-based learning youth leadership program. This ECAR process entails insertion of iron electrodes into the arsenic-laden water. The iron electrodes are charged with electricity, which generates rust. Arsenic binds onto the rust and settles. The test water from the pilot well here in Allensworth was reduced from 150 parts per billion to approximately 3 parts per billion. The lab has updated the technology, which they now refer to as air cathode assisted iron electrocoagulation. The equipment has a smaller footprint than the ECAR equipment. They plan to do another pilot here in Allensworth early next year. The pilot will overlap with our summer youth work program, so the students will get exposed to it. So again, this is an exciting opportunity. The organic farm here that we are trying to get underway in Allensworth is actually where the pilot project was initiated, and we're very excited to have been working jointly with UC Berkeley and Dr. Gagill in this process. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that last month I had communication with the governor's staff, Secretary Crowfoot's office, and State Park Director Armando Quintero, and this is regarding to some park project activities here in Allensworth. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. The work that you're reporting on, and you have been reporting on it for some time, on arsenic is very important. Of course, this board is very much involved in the addressing anthropogenic nitrate concentrations that have a public health concern throughout the valley. We don't talk much about the fact that arsenic, a natural occurring material, is also present in many, many water supplies throughout the valley. It's a carcinogen, and the kind of work that you're looking at may offer some solutions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member have anything to offer? I'll go ahead then. I participated in on 13 September and 4 October. I participated in monthly regional board chairs meetings. Topics during that those meetings included the racial equity program that is being greatly enhanced at this point, but also at each meeting updates on the drought situation. Also, to one of those meetings, there was passed out documents having to do with recent legislation, both major and not so major, that dealing with water, and that's interesting. would suggest that that be distributed to the board members, just as an information item. Then on 6th October of this month, together with board member Nick Avidas, received a briefing on the regional monitoring program. The briefing was led by AEO Adam Laputz together with other members of the staff. Of course, I was out of country for 5 weeks, so my report is shorter than it normally is. Moving on. I call on the State Board Member Nicole Morgan for any comments that she'd like to provide to us.
Good morning, Dr. Longley and members of the board. I'm happy to be here this morning with you and have a relatively short liaison report. Let's see here. On July 8th, Governor Newsom signed executive order calling on Californians to voluntarily reduce their water use by 15% compared to 2020 levels. The state estimates an additional 15% voluntary reduction by urban water users could save enough water to supply more than 1.7 million households for a year. We encourage Californians to take every opportunity to save water where they can by limiting outdoor landscape irrigation and indoor water use, such as taking shorter showers and turning off the water while brushing your teeth or washing the dishes. For more tips, please visit saveourwater.com. Also, for weekly roundup of drought conditions and actions, visit the California Drought Update website at drought.ca.gov. On September 21st, the State Board adopted the guidelines for the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program and provided an overview of the survey. Of the 2,218 community water systems that charge for water, the 1,845 systems that responded to the survey represent 97.5% of the total population served by those systems that charge for water. Survey responders reported approximately $315 million in total residential and commercial arrearages. This does not include late fees. Also of note, the water shutoff moratorium was extended to December 31st, 2021. Next week, the water boards are convening their annual Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, also known as WQCC, on October 21st and 22nd. This year's meeting will reflect on and celebrate the upcoming 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act and the water board's efforts to advance racial equity and environmental justice. Pre-meeting materials and session links will be posted online. On October 5th, the State Board held public comments on the proposed resolution to rescind the December 1st, 2020 establishment of the Water Quality Control Plan for inlet surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries of California. Confirmed that the toxicity provisions were adopted as state policy for water quality control for all waters of the state. This resolution was in response to a January 2021 court ruling regarding the Water Board's authority to regulate waters of the state. The State Board adopted the resolution. This concludes my report. As always, please feel free to reach out with any questions. I'm also looking forward to seeing you all next week at WQCC.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And I'm glad you brought up WQCC. That's been another major topic at the board chairs meetings as we've put together the presentations and, well, the agenda, I should say. And I certainly urge all of the regional board members to attend. It's our annual update on a lot of important facts that we have to deal with. Moving on to the public forum. Mindy, has anyone submitted an email requesting to speak on any topic which is not on the agenda today?
Dr. Longley, we have Tess Dunham with Consors in Conway and Lindsay Hyde with Butte Yuba Sutter Water Quality Coalition. They have indicated they will raise their hand if they desire to speak. And then we also have Omar Mostafa and Russell Walls that are listening and available for questions if any questions come up.
Okay, either of those people wish to speak during the public session?
Dr. Longley, the latter two, I just want to point out, are water board's employees.
I say again, please.
Dr. Longley, I just want to point out the latter two individuals that were identified are water board's employees.
Okay. But the other two, Tess Dunham and the other individual.
I am not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, good. We will move on to agenda item 5. The executive officer will provide an update on the office's COVID-19 response and is available to take questions on the executive officer's report. Are there any questions or comments? Patrick, while I don't have any specific questions, I just commend you on continuing to turn out an excellent report that provides great transparency as to what the board is doing and where we are on our programs.
All the credit goes out to staff on that one. There's quite a lot of work that goes into it. I especially want to thank some new program managers. There's a lot of write-ups. If you go through the EO report, every cycle, there's a lot of write-ups as to cases that we've closed in the cleanup program and cases that we've closed in the UST program, recognizing that they are no longer a threat to water quality, that all the mass that threatens water quality, groundwater in most cases, has been removed. And much thanks goes out to Chris Flower and Steve Meeks, who are the new program managers for the Water Board's cleanup program and the UST program, respectively, who have just done a great job of stepping into the shoes of their of those program manager roles and really getting some quality write-ups and quality action going on in those programs as they move forward. But much thanks goes out to all the staff that works to put that together, and to Mindy, who compiles it and gets it all done at the end of the day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Longley, I had a question and a comment. Yeah, Patrick, I noticed in dealing with the cannabis that there were communities, or the Tulare County, Kern County, all of them are now participating. It seems like the numbers are growing. And what I mean by that is you actually have people that are where the program is actually working in this southern part of the valley. So I'm glad to see that there is people signing up to participate in the program. And I guess the only questions I had was with enforcement. The numbers seem to be just a little bit low as far as what you projected to do and what has happened. And I was curious to know, I know we're dealing with the pandemic and all of that, but is there any reason beyond what the pandemic and all of that? I was just curious.
Yeah, so I think it's just to caveat it, I think there's very limited success in those counties. I believe those numbers are all conditionally exempt enrollments, which means that they are indoor grow operations and not really a threat to water quality. So these are kind of the warehouse grow operations that just want to make sure that they have the state permit in order. The cultivation sites are still relatively low in those counties because those counties absolutely ban outdoor cultivation. And so to get us, whereas our board inspectors, when they go out on a regular inspection for a non-cannabis facility, they grab their clipboard, jump in the truck, and sometimes, not always, give a call ahead of time and show up and take a look at the site. Whereas when we go in, especially in these banned counties, to do a compliance inspection, it involves extensive coordination with law enforcement ahead of time, because the presumption is that these are illegal grow operations, many times staffed by violent criminals, to be honest. And so it's a very tricky situation. That's why the enforcement and inspection numbers are relatively low in those areas. Staff are doing quite a bit of work in the areas that are allowing grows, but those counties that you mentioned are still, they still have a ban on outdoor cultivation, which is really the focus of the program. Clint might have a couple words to add there, but that's kind of the status. Until these counties permit outdoor grow operations, you're just not going to see a lot of folks actually getting the permit that they're supposed to get. These are going to remain in the shadows until county action is going to be taken there.
Okay, and I need to clarify what I meant to reference enforcement, not cannabis enforcement.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No, and enforcement also, some of the complexities that they're working with are, enforcement. Really, some of the big compliance cases are cases that we have to bring in front of a live hearing. I think that's kind of the best way to make some of the really tough enforcement cases to decide them. The board is still cranking away with a lot of settlements and a lot of other stuff. You'll hear a briefing from Carrie later on today about all the work that the enforcement program is undertaking, but there are some complexities getting out there to do some inspections of some sites due to COVID-19.
All right, thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or discussion from board members?
One point of discussion, just feedback. Don't need to make a decision now, but certainly would like to hear from board members about their thoughts on the December board meeting. As you know, I did provide a legislative update to all the board members, Carl, just for your reference on September 29th. The legislature gave us the ability to continue to hold digital hearings through the beginning of the new year. So that's actually just a few months more of all digital hearings. They're still working out the details, whether that's going to be extended. I actually have some confidence that will be extended, but there's a lot of debate about how that would be done and what the mechanics are and what hybrid meetings will look like. However, we do have the option of meeting in person or meeting all digitally when it comes to the December board meeting. Any thoughts would be appreciated. I think at the current juncture, we're still up in the air as to whether to hold it in person or not. If it is in person, in all likelihood, it would be held downtown simply because they have a little bit better facilities to navigate that. I will say that the state board, the way they're kind of addressing it and the way a lot of other state agencies are addressing it is, the legislature kind of gave us the option to do the all digital meetings through January. Most state agencies, and I think the state board as well, has kind of taken the legislature up on that and are continuing to hold all digital meetings through the beginning of the new year. So any feedback would be appreciated. We'll see what we can do. I think thankfully the COVID numbers statewide are still trending downward in a lot of counties that experienced a kind of surge over the last couple months. Those numbers are heading downward too. But it's still a concern out there. And so any feedback would be appreciated as we kind of work with you, Carl, to determine how we're going to do it in December.
I think I've stated before that I would opt to go with a virtual meeting for December with a focus on bringing the board back together in February.
Dr. Longley, I can chime in here too. I'm good with that. I certainly want to understand, Patrick, from your perspective, do we have the technologic capabilities that when and if and when we finally do meet in person? Because I do think there is a benefit. It'd be nice to see some people in the flesh, so to speak. So that being said, understanding the risks of COVID and what have you, but I really like the digital platform, the ability for folks and public participation, I assume, is much greater with folks having the ability to sort of video con in. So are there the technological capabilities to facilitate that hybrid meeting approach?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, but I think the difference for us is our boardroom, Gene and Bob do a fantastic job of kind of fixing things behind the scene with 20, 30-year-old technology. It's tough to do that in the boardroom here in the Rancho Cordova office. We have contractors that can come in and set up temporary Zoom facilities to allow us to do a Zoom broadcast. It's a little easier to do that downtown Sacramento. So we're going to evaluate options. I mean, I think what I'm hearing from you guys is let's keep it one more meeting all digital and then reconvene with a hybrid meeting with an option for digital participation. when we come back in February. I think that's something that is not going to go away. I certainly absolutely support it. We've heard from residents who live a good 5-6 hours away from the Sacramento office, who can just get on their cell phone and instead of making that drive, if they've got some comments. And I think that's something that we absolutely don't want to lose. I think that can be done a little bit more smoothly downtown, although even if you tuned into the last state board meeting, they had some hiccups with respect to broadcasting it online. So that's the new frontier is how we get hybrid to work, both here in the office as we welcome staff back into the office and as we hold board meetings in that new hybrid format.
Patrick, what is the plans, if any, to upgrade our facilities?
None at the current juncture. It relies on a IT funds from state board to do that upgrade. A lot of the funds are going into laptops and computer resources for staff so that they can continue to work remotely. A lot of things are still up in the air about what the budget is for upgrading IT resources. We still, and I think as you may recall, early in the pandemic, the governor called upon all state agencies to slash their budgets. That actually is still in effect. So state board is still looking at ways of slashing their overall expenditures, whether it's lease agreements, IT resources, travel, things like that. That is still in effect. I don't see that going away anytime soon. So we're continuing to work with state board to figure out where the priorities lie. And to be honest, it is very, very expensive, far more so than you'd expect, to upgrade facilities like the boardroom. And what we're being told is there's just no money in the budget right now to do that. But we're keeping up with the conversation to see what capabilities we can have moving forward. We do, thankfully, we're just a stone's throw away from Sacramento, which went through a fairly extensive upgrade at their facilities. At Cal EPA, I think it cost upward, and Bob could probably quote the number, but I want to say it's north of $800,000 to upgrade some of the IT resources, and they've got a second round of upgrades that they need to do to make it work long term, and that's just one of their boardrooms downtown. So we're talking a lot of money, and I think we want to keep spending money wisely. So it may be a little while before we upgrade the facilities here in Rancho.
So what I'm hearing from you is a lot of that money, and it's what I take from that, maybe I wrongly so, but a lot of that money is spent in the boardroom itself I would presume, on cameras and other related equipment.
Yeah, a lot of it's the back end stuff. A lot of it is the server banks and other types of infrastructure, rewiring things. We actually have, and again, Bob and Jeet could go into it. It's mostly analog signals in the boardroom, so you'd really have to rip all that out and replace it with new digital infrastructure. We're unfortunately still dealing with 1990s technology in that boardroom.
One of the advantages of holding the meeting in our office, the Rancho Cordova office, is that staff members can come in, even if they're not testifying, and very easily, and it gives them, I think, a little bit of flavor on what the board is up to on a number of different areas. That's more difficult downtown. You have to travel down there. Parking's a big issue. It takes you away from your primary work back in the office and so forth. So there's a lot of incentives to, in my opinion, to find ways to get that funding to be able to do it out of our Rancho Cordova office. But if it's not possible now, so be it. That's a topic I'll be bringing up, if not at WQCC, certainly at the regional board chairs meeting.
Dr. Longley, may I a few more comments here on this point? Obviously, our meeting today was scheduled to be in Reading, which I was very much looking forward to. Obviously, looking at a map and Google Images is one thing. I do think there's obviously some value in a lot of value, obviously, in getting out in the field and sort of understanding the breadth and scope of the authority and geographic jurisdiction that this regional board has. So obviously that adds another layer of complexity in this kind of COVID era and the technology needed to facilitate these programs. But I would hope that in the considerations going forward about how to conduct meetings, that we don't lose sight that I think it's really important that we have the opportunity, and maybe it's not in the context of a board meeting, but I, for one, would appreciate the opportunities to be able to get out on the ground and sort of understand what's going on in the field on some of these very important issues that we face. So,
Well, what can happen is, as they're attempting to do now with the fire trips, is to take two board members. And we can do that without public notice, or public notice and take more than two board members out to sites. So if you have some areas that you're really hot on going to, finding out about, certainly that's something that you should be talking to Patrick and others about.
thank you.
Any further comments?
Sure, this is Sean.
Sean, you dropped out. Sean?
Yeah,
You're-
it's really pleased to hear that.
Sean,
we have this
Sean,
digital
we cannot hear you.
Sorry, Sean, it's breaking up on our end.
That's gonna allow
John, we don't hear you. You broke up. It says here that your network bandwidth is very low. Yet one of the technical issues. You're also muted.
I sent a request to unmute. So I think you're having some bandwidth issues on your end, Sean.
Maybe Sean can call in. I don't know if he can hear us, but maybe the dial-in is.
Yeah, I'll take a short break now while you get Sean on, because we need at least 4 board members here, and we need to make sure that Sean is online.
We have sufficient. We'll send the message to Sean if you still want to take a break, but board member Brar is here.
Oh, she's here. Okay, good. We'll continue then. Any further comments on executive officer's report? If not, then I'll move to the agenda item 6, approval of the minutes from the prior board meeting. That was the 13 August meeting. Are there any edits or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll move approval of the minutes.
I'll second that, Dr. Longley.
Nick's moved and Denise has seconded. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Yang. I'll come back to him. Board Member Avdis,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez, Vice Chair Gadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes, let's take the break now and get folks online, and we'll go back and those folks that were not able to respond, we will pull them when we get back on. So it's now about 36 after 9. Let's be back on at in about 9 minutes at 9:45.
Sean, I've sent you a text for the dial-in number, the meeting ID and passcode for you to call in. A lot of times that works much better when you're experiencing bandwidth issues like you are right now. Just if you could, make sure that you've got your board meeting material in front of you as well.
Okay, Sean, you can unmute yourself. We can test your connection. Sent you a request to unmute. So Sean, in the event you're still having issues with the bandwidth, you can dial in with the number Patrick sent you, and the telephone connection will be more reliable. Care to try it now, Sean? It's very broken up, unfortunately.
Patrick?
Yeah, not working. Probably better to use the telephone number.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Okay,
Yes,
so okay.
we hear you.
Let me go check.
Sean, we are not hearing you.
Is there any way to text him a login number? Like just a.
Yeah, no, he's got it.
Oh, he's got it. Okay.
I think this might be it, unfortunately.
I'm gonna lock in again, but I'm gonna try a different method.
Sean, please try just to call in. And maybe try, I still see you, Sean, I still see you in the Zoom platform. Try hanging up the Zoom platform and just using the cell phone number.
Looks like you dropped. I will say, as far as robot voices go, that was the best. Here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay, good.
nice and clear.
That's beautiful. So, yeah, this is a dial in instead of using Wi-Fi.
Oh, you're very clear.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. All the bad thing I said, I guess you guys didn't hear it. That's great.
Okay,
Are we back, resume to the meeting?
not yet. We got a couple minutes to go.
Okay.
So Sean, did you hear me talking about the minutes and the prior conversations we had?
Yeah, well, yeah, I heard about the conversation about rather we going to continue meeting through Zoom
Right.
or hybrid. Yeah, I heard that. I was going to make a comment on that following member Avis.
Well, when we come back, we'll come back on agenda item 6, and we need to finish up that vote, and then I'll come back to you on your comment.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't hear that part, no.
Okay. Agenda item 6 is very short, and so I'll redo agenda item 6 when we come back.
Hey, what's up, brother? Hey, look like you're here early.
Yeah, I'm leaving early today and tomorrow.
That's good.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. Hang with the big dogs.
Gotta do what you gotta do, Jamar.
Okay, I have 9:45. We're back in session. Speaking with Sean, who is now online with us, Sean Yang, Board Member Sean Yang. He did not hear agenda item 6. It's a real short item. We'll redo it. Approval of the minutes from the prior board meeting, which is the 13 August 2021 meeting. I asked if there were any edits or corrections to the minutes. I heard none unless you have some, Sean. I asked for a motion, and the motion was made by Board Member Abdus and seconded by Board Member Cadera. We then voted. Let's redo the roll call vote.
Board Member Burr,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Board Member Abdus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes. Motion carries. You wanted to make a comment about Board Member Yang. You wanted to make a comment about on agenda item 5 on our meetings, when we meet next and how we meet. Go ahead and make your comment, please.
Sure. Just checking, you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate the comment of my colleagues making regarding concerning the COVID-19 protocol, but also alluded to the importance of meeting in person and the fact that some of us, as far as myself and board member Nick Avis, we have not met anyone in person and would love the opportunity to do so. And there is an importance in that, I believe, just like Nick. And we would love that opportunity, all possible and as soon as possible, in compliance to the COVID-19 protocol. So I just want to, also chime in that I look forward to meeting you guys in person, and I would love us to have our meetings in person as soon as possible, and hopefully will happen very soon.
Thank you very much for your comments. We are focusing on the February meeting to be in person, but that will probably not be at our office. From what I'm hearing, it's going to be downtown at the State Board.
Okay.
Very good. Any further comments? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 7, the proposed 2022 board meeting dates. Those dates have been furnished to you. They're Thursday, Friday meetings on the 17th, 18th of February, 2022, the 21st, 22nd of April, 9th and 10th of June, the 11th and 12th of August, 13th and 14th of October, and the 8th and 9th of December. Do those dates work for you? And if they don't, are there any suggested revisions?
They work for me.
Dr. Long, could you please repeat the dates one more time? February?
February was 17, 18 February. 21, 22
I'm good.
April. 9, 10 June, and that was moved at my request because I'm not going to be here later in June. 11, 12 August. 13, 14 October. And 8, 9 December.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the dates?
I'll move approval of the dates.
Hearing from the rest of you, I assume those dates are good. And we will move on unless I hear from you. We'll move to agenda item 8, the uncontested calendar. This is a time and place for a public hearing to discuss uncontested items 16 through 18. Mindy, has anyone submitted an email requesting a comment on any of the uncontested items?
Yes, Dr. Longley, Bruce Hadashelt with the Sac Valley Water Quality Coalition
Right.
has submitted a blue comment card that indicates he will use his hand, raise his hand if he desires to speak. And David Corey with San Joaquin Valley Drainage Authority has also indicated he will raise his hand if he wants to speak.
Yep.
We have, I can't pronounce the name, last name is Burden on 16C on behalf of Bear Track, has indicated that he will be available to answer questions if needed. Adam Whitman, the president of Meridian Bear Track, indicates will raise hand if desired to speak. And then we have Jamie Perez with the Stanislaus County Department of Environmental Resources Landfill Division, will be listening only and available for questions.
Okay. Are there any raised hands? And I ask that now
Yes,
because
sir.
if we do have raised hands, I'll break them out as separate items.
Bruce has his hand raised.
And what does Bruce want to talk about? Which item?
Yeah, Chair Longley, maybe my numbering was incorrect. I do not want to talk about anything on the uncontested. Mine is for the next item, strategic plan, item
okay.
9 that I have comments on. And then maybe I'll raise my hand on 10 and 15, but nothing on the uncontested. So
Do appreciate
my
that.
apologies for any confusion I created in submitting my blue card.
Hey, we're in a whole new world here, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Longley.
Any
Sorry, Dr. Longley, you got muted.
I did. Anybody have raised hands at this time on any of the uncontested items? And Bruce provided a good clarification, and thank
I
you
think the
very
same
much.
goes for David Corey. I see him listed for item 15.
Okay, good. So are there any late revisions?
No late revisions, Dr. Longley.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the uncontested calendar?
So moved.
Nick's moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second Dr.
Second.
Long.
Moved by Nick, Denise is seconded. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Abdus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move to agenda item 9. Consideration of approval of the strategic plan. At this time, the executive officer will discuss recent updates for the strategic plan and request approval of the plan from the board. Following the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We'll now hear from the executive officer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Longley. I will say, with respect to agenda item 8, and the uncontested calendar, a lot of work goes into that. I think it's a major victory. It's just a blip on our calendars here, but to the stakeholders and to the staff that work diligently on getting those across the line, it represents, that little vote represents a culmination of, in many cases, months and months of work on a permit back and forth with consultants and dischargers to make sure that they've got a permit that's adequately protected for water quality. So just never want to lose that. Those uncontested calendars, that's a tremendous amount of work goes into that. And that work is always appreciated. Moving ahead, I am going to share my screen. Let's make sure that it actually works this go around. It's been pretty successful so far, but it's always a minor victory. Let's see. All right. So if you're seeing the strategic plan adoption with that beautiful, beautiful shot from the space station of the Central Valley, California, we are in action. So first of all, I want to recall where we've been, timeline so far. Some of you were not on the board when this was initiated, but in August of 19, way before the pandemic ever was a whisper, we initiated a strategic planning effort, long-awaited strategic planning effort to try and develop some guiding principles for the board as it moved towards a new era of regulation. In the fall and winter of 2019 and 2020, when we were still meeting in person, we developed a mission statement, a vision statement, and held some strategy sessions between the board and the strategic planning committee and the board's work group. So Carl, you and Mark specifically, who were helping to guide the initiation of this strategic planning efforts. In the summer of 2020, we had extensive water quality program engagement, developed an outreach plan. This time last year, we were just wrapping up a stakeholder survey that was responded to by almost 500 stakeholders representing a broad spectrum of interests. We held a stakeholder forum in the spring of last year, facilitated by Stantec professionals. We had multiple documents translated into Spanish and other translation services available. Then we had discussions of strategic objectives into the summer of 2021. And now here we are, after we've publicly noticed the strategic plan, got a bunch of comments in on it. I'm going to present the final changes that we've made to that strategic plan that we discussed just a couple months ago. And ask you for approval of the strategic plan so that we can begin implementing it. As you may recall, I won't go into a lot of detail here because I know you've been given a lot of time to review this information over the past several months. The proposed 4 key strategic objectives in the strategic plan our adaptive prioritization, that process by which we do an evaluation of what we are imposing and why we are imposing those requirements to make sure that we are adequately tailoring our requirements to the protection of beneficial uses in a streamlined and economical way that still at its core protects those beneficial uses. We have a commitment to engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities. We have the development of a climate change dashboard and portal to account for all the climate change work that we're doing, including under our climate change action plan, which will be updated. And lastly, extensive internal process improvements, which means trying to get more resources into our administrative units and to try and implement things like the racial equity resolution, both internally and externally. Now, most of the comments that we received were very supportive of the strategic plan and requested continued collaboration and a recognition that many communities, including many foothill communities and grower communities, should be included in those communities that are considered underrepresented communities, disadvantaged communities, and underserved communities. And that's in addition to communities like disadvantaged communities and tribal groups that have been historically underserved by the board and its programs. Nevertheless, we have added some changes to the strategic plan in response to the comments that we received. We added a human right to water reference in the strategic plan, which I think was very key. We added a reference to the wastewater consolidation program. We clarified that adaptive prioritization does not change the board's responsibility to protect beneficial uses. We added comments regarding source water protection as an essential element of the board's climate change work, and we included a reference to the racial equity resolution that is currently pending before the State Water Board. We'll go into these changes in a little bit more detail. First, in 2012, the state of California enacted a law that recognized the human right to water, putting drinking water protections as one of the highest priorities for the Central Valley Water Board. The law declares that it is the policy of the state of California that every human being have the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water, adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, Clean Water Action, and the Community Water Center pointed out that the human right to water was not specifically referenced in our strategic plan. Now, this was an oversight since, as you know, the board developed our mission statement, our vision statement, our values using the human right to water codified in the Water Code and our own resolution number R5 2016-0018, which adopted the human right to water as a core value in the Central Valley Water Board as a touchstone references. So for example, in our external vision, we commit to a Central Valley where aquifers and surface waters meet or exceed water quality necessary to support all beneficial uses, where all communities have access to safe, affordable, and resilient water supplies, and where all people have a shared responsibility for water quality that is sustained through multi-generational stewardship that begins in the homes and classrooms throughout the region. That was absolutely developed to reflect the values of the human right to water. And furthermore, I'd note that the board's values include diversity, inclusion, anti-racism, beneficial outcomes for all, public health, economic fairness, generational preservation of water, and community, all of which were designed to augment the board's commitment to the human right to water. So thanks to Leadership Council and Clean Water Action and Community Water Center for pointing out that that reference was missing. We definitely put that into the strategic plan because that's what animated a lot of our early and late discussions. Secondly, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, Clean Water Action, and the Community Water Center pointed out that the strategic plan should also address wastewater consolidation efforts undertaken under Senate Bill 1215, because currently many drinking water systems are being consolidated throughout the region, but efforts on wastewater are stalled. Many communities will continue to be inadequately served for wastewater, even though the state has worked to provide them with safe drinking water. Carl and Denise, especially, as you know, that SB 1215 work is an essential part of our waste discharge to land program and will inevitably grow as projects continue to be prioritized and funded. We just recently had a presentation by our SB 1215 work group. So we definitely made that change and plugged in that reference to the strategic plan. Comments from the Sacramento Source Water Protection Program included a comment that adaptive prioritization must not be used to, quote, delay or defer the work necessary to comply with the board's duty to protect the MUN, municipal and domestic supply, beneficial use, unquote. Comments from the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center state that adaptive prioritization, quote, appears to justify scaling back projects or requiring compliance if dischargers oppose their costs as excessive and onerous, unquote. In response to these comments, the Strategic Planning Committee added new language to the adaptive prioritization section that recognizes that the need to protect beneficial uses lies at the core of the board's mission and therefore cannot be used to eliminate requirements where they are necessary to protect beneficial uses. I think this is absolutely the intent of the board as it developed that adaptive prioritization bullet, but we just want to make it crystal clear that adaptive prioritization does not eliminate any requirement currently contained in the basin plan or necessary to protect beneficial uses. Comments from the Sacramento Source Water Protection Program also indicated that the strategic plan did not adequately summarize the interest that stakeholders expressed in source water protections. And I think this is part of what we did when we tried to aggregate all the literally hundreds of comments and survey responses from stakeholders. Inevitably, some things were not addressed as clearly as some stakeholders wanted, but I think this was important. So we added the following language to the climate change strategic objective. We included language that says enhancing source water protections in the face of a rapidly changing climate emerged as one fundamental issue that is critical for the board to address, as source waters are particularly vulnerable to numerous climate-related threats. You'll hear more about those threats, the threats posed by wildfire in the near future. So we felt that this was important to add as well. There were a few comments that we were not able to address. In particular, we heard comments that the non-point source discussion should spell out explicitly the additional funding, staffing, and resources needed to address non-point source pollution. And a comment also from the same commenter that the only feasible strategy for the forest activities program is to prioritize the most significant threats of sources of non-point discharges and focus primarily upon them until progress is made. Both of those are comments that are very specific to near-term objectives, stuff that we do every year. And we directed the commenter to please engage us, and my phone lines are open as we set our annual priorities in this December board meeting. So as the non-point source program sets its annual priorities, as the forest activities program sets its annual priorities, we invite the commenter to reiterate these comments. We'll certainly take them to heart and have those as the year-over-year objectives that we'll be working on. Recognizing that the strategic plan is much broader in scope, that's really why we didn't include these specific edits to the strategic plan. So another comment said that the strategic plan consists of carefully chosen words intended not to produce criticism or ire from special interests. The strategic plan is not making a commitment to excellence. I would respectfully disagree. I think we are careful to address the concerns of all stakeholders, but obviously there are stakeholders who are not particularly enthused with what we are doing. There has certainly been criticism as to the strategic plan, though we've tried to engage everybody, understand their concerns, and put them, make sure that their voices are heard during the course of the development of the strategic plan. Lastly, there was some criticism as to the mission statement, that it wasn't correctly worded. The wording that we use in the mission statement is actually pulled from some of the legal statements to protect beneficial uses, and that's why it was worded that particular way. So overall, not a whole lot of changes to the strategic plan. I think the bulk of the changes really were to address specific concerns and specific omissions. I think the human right to water comment was particularly notable. Much thanks to the EJ folks for pointing that out. And that about summarizes the changes from me. With that, I will take questions.
Patrick? Yes,
Yeah.
I had a comment, and just reflecting back on the strategic engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities. And the goal is to make sure that we include them in this process. I wanted to bring out a couple of points that I think could help strengthen what we have here. One of them, and I talk about it all the time, is the technical language is mumbo jumbo to people in the underserved community. They are not engineers. They have no understanding of all of the language that is used. So I don't know how we can word that to reflect, where we talk about the board pledges to build community capacity to work towards participatory parity and to engage the community in a manner that's respectful of their time and that allows for meaningful and significant engagement. We have to be able to communicate in a common language for them to understand. So if there's any wording that we could put there to reflect that, I hope it's not too late, but as we're approaching the 50 years of the Clean Water Act and all of those things, we want to make sure that in our strategic plan, our good faith effort is really on the mark and proactive. And then the other part about that, looking on our homepage, the resource link, it mentioned tribal affairs, it mentions a lot of other things, but there's no reference of disadvantaged community there. So I'm not sure how we put it in here, but if we really are going to do due diligence to communicate, then it needs to be reflected in what we do. So that's just my comment there. And then my last comment would be as it relates to the racial equity piece on page 16. And where we talk about to promote civility, inclusion and staff diversity. One word here, and I mean, this is open for discussion. To promote, I said, and to be proactive, because it's good to promote, but if you're not proactive and then nothing's really happening, you're just putting the buzzwords out there. And for the, representing truly the communities and making sure that we're really doing our due diligence, that word to me came out as something I thought should probably be discussed and, if possible, included into this document. So those are my only comments. I thought everything was great in the report, but I do represent that population, and I hear those concerns, and I'm bringing it to the board for our consideration as we get ready to approve of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think as we hear from the other comments, I think I can propose a couple statements within the strategic engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities that should be able to address those concerns. And I think you already provided the language for the racial equity. My proposal would be to say after that italicized language, including impending racial equity resolution being considered by the State Water Board and any following resolution adopted by the Central Valley Water Board, comma, to be proactive in the promotion of civility, inclusion, and staff diversity, if that works for you. And I'll see if I can come up with some other language for speaking in the common tongue, speaking in non-technical jargon as we and put that into the strategic engagement piece.
And it's represented throughout our webpage or wherever we are, that's represented for that segment of the population as well.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So along that line, Patrick, this is for most people who are not technical. something that can be worked on would be providing documents, phrasing key technical documents in language understood by a layperson or understandable by a layperson. Yeah, not all of us are attorneys and engineers and scientists. So,
Well,
and of course, as you well know, the insurance industry has taken that to heart. And you get your insurance document, and then you get then you get the other document that you can understand.
well, Dr. Longley, as an attorney, I'll tell you, it still makes my head hurt sometimes. And if I may, I do have some comments as well. And
Go ahead.
I definitely agree with the points raised by Vice Chair Kadar, certainly. And I appreciate the changes that were reflected in your presentation and in the staff report, Patrick. I mean, certainly the human right to water is front and center and one of the most fundamental rights of an advanced society, in my opinion. There are many others, but certainly that is there as well. And in listening to Denise's comments, it also made me think about, I've been involved in strategic planning efforts before, and certainly they are a great opportunity really to kind of focus and prioritize, the vision for, going into the future as an organization. What do you foresee as the ongoing sort of monitoring and reporting? And I hate to be so specific. I mean, it doesn't have to be about how do we know, what efforts we're advancing and what are we doing to achieve these specific plan goals and objectives,
So the concept will be, and we're currently working on updating the portfolio management document. And so the portfolio management document is the document that we use to develop annual work plans first and foremost. That is kind of the primary task of all the program managers. And so the idea would be that we'd fit the strategic plan objectives and the monitoring and what is being done and what is proposed to be done to meet those strategic objectives in the annual work planning process. And that would be governed by the portfolio management document that we're working on updating. So, as we kind of work through the cycle, and it's been a bit unusual recently, but in December, you'll be hearing from all of the 19 water quality programs, figuring out what their proposed priorities will be for the upcoming fiscal year. So the fiscal year that starts on July 1. The program managers will then go back, work with the assistant executive officers over the course of the next several months and develop their annual work plans based on those priorities that the board sets. It'll go through a process where we'll work to approve those. We'll have some kickoff meetings after that July 1st deadline. And then, we'll also assess where we've been over the past year. So that was why in the August board meeting, I presented, this is what the programs did. Presented that kind of report to you guys in August. Here's some examples of the good work we've done, put the statistics up on the EO report as to how well the programs did on meeting their program objectives. And next year's report will talk about what the priorities were, how they were influenced by the strategic objectives. And then the year after that, we'll have some recitation of how we're doing meeting those strategic objectives. So this was discussed as we began the strategic planning process in fall of 2019 and into 2020. So again, my apologies for not briefing you on that as we kind of headed into the final lap of the strategic planning process.
I appreciate that. But I think it's important, obviously, for me to hear, but also for others to hear as well, that may also have not been sort of in tune with that. So a few more things I want to touch on in terms of the adaptive prioritization. I want to say that I appreciate the folks that commented on this because words matter. And I certainly agree that, I can see how some might interpret the language to imply what I think they're suspecting, that somehow this is prioritizing the ratcheting back or otherwise, receding of regulations. And I just want to say that I don't agree with that as the objective of adaptive prioritization. And maybe some of the words seem to imply that are in the strategic plan. Certainly the core mission is, as you stated, it's protecting beneficial uses. Every decision drives drives meeting that mission, right? But the way that I see adaptive prioritization, and maybe there can be some tweaks in the language, is I don't see it as a receding or a withdrawal of inefficient or ineffective, regulations. Those are very strong words. I do feel that we should be looking at fine tuning and prioritizing fine tuning when it's justified in the context of our core mission, right? Protecting beneficial uses. So, I would just, want to emphasize that that's how I view adaptive prioritization. It's not an all or nothing thing. It's the opportunity to look at programs, and maybe there are programs, overlapping. Like one of the questions I had, we have 19, different programs. Obviously, I don't know how long I get any mileage out of saying I'm the new guy, but 19 programs seems like a lot. And I'm only, beginning to understand the tip of the iceberg and the breadth and scope of the authority and sort of responsibilities that relates to, administering those programs. I can't believe that there isn't some potential overlap between programs, and that those potential overlap may cause inefficiencies in administering those programs. And if there are opportunities to consolidating somehow, I mean, it's easy to say, I get it. There's a lot there, but again, those are the kinds of fine tuning kind of things that are, at least in my head, where there are opportunities to consolidate sort of some of these programs as they might apply to a particular discharger or a particular issue area. Certainly it seems like, waste discharges to land, with CV salts, confined animal feeding, operations, the, irrigated lands. I mean, it seems like there could be some overlap there. Again, maybe you say to me from an administrative perspective, if there's a discharger or a permittee that is a participant in these programs, that there isn't a better way to do it other than, in the clean box of each of those programs. So just a comment on that. One of the comments I saw in one of the previous discussions we had were about some of the tools available from the State Water Board, and I had some quite like there was a reference to the CalSafe and affordable funding, the SAFER program. I saw in one of the comments. I know I kind of tooled around the State Water Board and looked at a lot of their tools that they have up there. The domestic water quality tool, aquifer risk assessment map. Just trying to get a feel for some of these tools that are available to the public out there. I'm wondering, like, how do these tools? And then maybe this is a very specific question, which I suppose we could talk about later, but in my mind, how do these various tools that are available from the State Board sort of flow into the way we craft WDRs for a particular permittee? I mean, do those tools get used? Because I see it on the State Board reference. Are we sort of plugged in, and is it sort of that ecosystem where all those tools are used by us as we administer these programs?
Yeah, so let me address your kind of comments in sequence. I think with respect to the 19 water quality programs, unfortunately, it's going the other way. I mean, we're trying to simplify every place that we can, but as I've stated recently, CV salts has recently become so complex, and frankly, for the reasons that you stated, because they now have to interface with Sigma, with the SAFER program, possibly with the arrearages program, with CDFA, some of the things that they have going on, et cetera, that the idea is that we don't want to put too much of a burden on the program manager, who also has regular supervisory work to do. And that's really why we have 19 water quality programs. It's to take advantage of the folks that we have and not overburden them too much. Although I will kind of say that the idea is we may have this complexity on the back end, but we would like to have relatively less complexity when we interact with the discharger. So, for example, we recently had a strategy session. We'll have internal strategy sessions about CV salts implementation, to take an example, where we have a discharger that submitted a report of waste discharge. They got the notice from CV salts. You got to do something different with respect to nitrates. They talk to their staff person that regulates them. They've got single permit, single waste discharge requirements. New trigger, we email them something, we send them out a paper copy of something. Your nitrate requirements are going to be updated. They respond to that. We get that back, and we have folks from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, from the Land Discharge Program, from the WDR program, and from CV Salts, possibly from enforcement. We all work together behind the scenes to make sure that we have a good response that integrates those programs. And then we respond through a single point of contact, not even necessarily informing the discharger that, hey, all these conversations are happening behind the scenes, to make sure that we've got consistency across all three offices. So the idea certainly is that we want to be less complex in terms of how we interact with the growers or the dischargers. But a lot of that complexity is on the back end. And I think there's, we try our best to kind of cut out the programs, but I think, a lot of what's happening at the state board is actually adding complexity to our job. Unfortunately, it's not always a bad thing, but adding a lot of complexity to our programmatic work, which is why we currently need to utilize all 19 program managers to manage things within their program areas. And that's actually reflective, I think, just about every single one of the programs syncs up with the program that's currently ongoing at the state board. So Waste Discharge Requirements Program, we've got that water quality program. There is a roundtable that is kind of manned by the State Water Board, all the other regional boards. We want to keep tabs and keep state consistency within that program area. Same for the NPDS program, same for water quality programming. We just happen to be, as the biggest region, we have a hand in just about every single one of those water quality programs, except for some of the coastal programs, which is why we've got that 19 water quality programs. It's unusual. I think most other boards, other boards do not have an extensive irrigated lands program. Other boards do not have extensive oil fields programs or cannabis programs, simply because those aren't, big water quality issues within their region. We're so big that we just happen to have each and every one of those areas. And so we've got a program manager that essentially keeps tabs on that. Now, with respect to kind of state water board tools, a lot of that has not changed what the permit requirements are. So, if you have an arrearages program that Nicole Morgan mentioned this morning, that will help out those wastewater treatment plants or those drinking water treatment plants that have a ratepayer base that is unable to pay their bills. And so they're suffering a deficit because of that. That doesn't really change too much it doesn't change at all, actually, how their consultant comes to the regional board and says, we've got a permit renewal that we need to process. Here's how that's going to go. So many of the new development at the state water board level are not actually tools that have a lot of effect within our area. And that's kind of one of the reasons why the state board has staffed up a tremendous amount of staff to do that one-on-one interface with dischargers throughout the regions, all the 9 regions, to help process financial work and things like that. Because realistically, a lot of those new programs are new programs that give money and give grant resources to those entities to understand what they're doing. Now, certainly we work with them. For example, the compliance and enforcement program, if you've got a small community with financial hardship that is having some violations, they go to the state board, they want a grant under one of these new programs to upgrade their treatment facility. We absolutely will say, we will work it out. We will work it out in conversation with the DFA, so the Division of Financial Assistance that's providing those grant funds. We'll work that out with State Board's Office of Enforcement, Office of Chief Counsel, and again, try and get a lot of that handled behind the scenes so that with respect to how the discharger sees the process go, a lot of that is happening behind the scenes, and they're not bothered to need to contact 6 or 7 different offices within the State Board ecosystem. They just have that one point of contact, or maybe 2 points of contact, that gets all the work done. So I know that's a long-winded response, but that's kind of what's been happening behind the scenes.
Furthermore, we don't exist in a vacuum, and there's continuing legislation both at the federal and state level that impacts what we do, and we have oversight from EPA that really at times complicates the work of staff. So it's complex, and it's not going to, we need to find ways to simplify it where that's possible, but oftentimes it's complex for a very good reason. This word of prioritization is one that gets a lot of folks concerned. I think we need to throw under the context of that, given that I think you've done a good job of ensuring that our core mission is protecting water quality. But within that, sometimes prioritization is optimizing how you spend your money so that you get the biggest bang for the buck. Take care of big problems up front if you can, and take care of smaller problems as you go. And to try to wrap all of that into this document, and what you've just said too, Patrick, is extremely difficult, and given the complexity of the system where we're. Any further comment?
Yeah, I do want to make a comment.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I too appreciate the comment that came out of my colleagues and Patrick. I think that the underserved and disadvantaged community is definitely some of the communities that need help the most, and they are definitely some of the lack of it, in terms of education, or have the ability to comprehend or understand some of the language or what's going on as far as the programs that are available to them. I do agree that to a certain extent what the needs was alluded to. And I think that, these programs exist to assist the community. And, yeah, for sure, I think that we need to look into it, make sure that they are not overlapping. If they are, then we need to reform or consolidate, as what Nick was saying. And I agree to all of that. But what I would like to see more often, and this is coming from a new guy as well, as what Nick alluded to. So if this has already been incorporated and been practiced in the past, let me know. But I think it's all about data, and what that means is we have to collect data from different areas, like the programs and the folks that we try to help, and try to get some sort of coordination where, is that really, getting to them, or is it really helping them as far as the underserved and disadvantaged community? And, we use those data as a driven solution going forward. And I think, at the end of the day, that's kind of like the key. You got to have data to be driven you to find solution or better solution. And I hope that, we will continue to see those reports, often than rare. And so that we will be on top of what are the key issues and who are the ones that need help the most. And I think if we do that, we should be fine going forward. So, yeah, so looking forward to seeing more data going into the future.
Absolutely. I think those comments are much appreciated. I'll be working on proposing some language at the end of this discussion to address those comments about the plain language. And I agree with you. I think Carl has been probably one of the biggest advocates for the ability to analyze all of the multitudes of data that we currently collect across multiple programs. You also have an advocate for that at the chair of the State Water Board, who is a big fan of looking at new technologies, GIS tools, et cetera, to make the data that we collect more meaningful. And so that is certainly part of how we have structured the strategic plan to allow us to collect that data, to crunch that data, and to give it to you in a format that you can use to make some informed decisions.
Any further comments by board members?
And I would do, my part as a board member and as a, minority, minority who comes from a disadvantaged and underserved community. I'll do my part as far as, connecting with folks that I need to connect in. And I have tried, doing that, while back and still doing it. And Patrick the work that I try to put into. And I just encourage, all the board members to do so. Maybe you guys already done a lot already in the past, as what I just heard from Patrick, as far as Dr. Longley. So I would just encourage for all of us, it's because we on the board, we are actually very diverse board. And I think that's a great thing. And, we have a better understanding of our own people. And if we do that collectively, I think it will be very effective. So, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Sean. Any further comments?
Well, I just my final comment. I do think this is an excellent report, and all the comments that have been made by the board members just strengthen it and make it even stronger. So thank you, Patrick, to the board members, Chair Longley and Mark for providing, working with you on it, and to all the staff. I think it's a great strategic plan that we can move forward.
Thank you, Denise. If there are no further comments, we'll call for comments by interested persons. Hearing none. Mindy, I guess Bruce wants to talk about this, Bruce Hodeschelt. So why don't we bring Bruce on?
Bruce, you can unmute if you like.
And timer. Great. Thanks, Chair Longley. I was hoping I could put my video up so I could have a nice shot of the Sundial Bridge because we are actually at a Reading meeting, aren't we? Once, I don't know how many of the 576 meetings you mentioned earlier, how many of those have been in Reading, but, the regional board has recognized that water quality issues in the northern Central Valley are uniquely different from other parts of the Central Valley. And you hold a meeting in Fresno to address some of those unique issues down there, and certainly one in Reading. I think everyone knows, but I feel obligated to say I'm Bruce Hodeschelt. I work for the Northern California Water Association as Director of Water Quality. In partnership with Farm Bureaus, Ag Commissioners, Resource Conservation Districts, RCDs, crop advisors, water managers, and our own landowner-led sub-watershed boards managing the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, the largest ag water quality coalition with over 8,000 owners and operators of approximately 1.2 million irrigated acres enrolled. Pam Giacomini apologizes. She submitted a letter. She apologizes. She's wrangling cattle today. A number of our growers would like to be here, but they're finishing up harvest. But you will hear from some others later on. As you saw in the letter that we submitted, we are closely aligned with the mission of the regional board to protect beneficial uses. And we think today is an important milestone in our view as staff approves this strategic plan and continues to recognize, as Sean Yang mentioned, the importance of data and technical information to craft programs moving forward. Nearly a quarter century ago, the ILRP was born out of legal action and legislation that painted agricultural discharges with a broad brush. Litigation rather than water quality conditions have continued to perpetuate and continue to influence a one-size-fits-all mentality by petitioners. The board recognizes, and I think the strategic plan reflects that, simply not the case. water quality issues and conditions in the north, as I said, in the south are different, whether it be food processors, CAFOs, timber, mining, and other things like that. So we applaud the regional board and its staff for undertaking the strategic planning process and shifting the focus to evaluating data collected in your programs and considering integrating data that makes sure the board is collecting information that's meaningful and actionable. And Carl, you've led a program, CV Salts, for 15 years that really has championed that concept, integrating science-based technical work, completed, and data, and it should be applauded. That's laid the foundation for prioritizing watersheds, and recognized, as Sigma does, that regional solutions are the best approach. Put farmers in that category of needing plain language to understand this. This is legal, regulatory, scientific information. We have, our farming families, our ranching families understand the agronomic aspects of it. And some of these farming families go back to the 1800s. And so they've been proactively working on addressing water quality, which includes nearly 20 years of groundwater quality data, a decade well before the human right to water emerged as a policy. So to wrapping up, we're committed to proactively working with the board and your staff on the successful implementation of your strategic plans and objectives. And we invite you out October 21st, next week, to our annual fall celebration of the Sacramento Valley. It's farming families, it's protection of aquatic life beneficial uses, and waterfowl. And thanks for the opportunity, and great job, and this is the Reading meeting, right?
This is the Reading meeting, Bruce.
This is the Reading meeting. And I want to get back to in-person meetings so that Sean can see the north part of the valley. Carl, the first time I met you was a snowy February day in 2009 when, all the almond trees were blooming along the 99, but you were there at the Northeastern California Water Association meeting in Altura. So you understand it, and Vice Chairman Cadera has traveled up to the Pitt River, so she's seen it firsthand, and we certainly appreciate that and look forward to working with you. We have different regions and basins in this big old, I think Patrick put it well, the largest region in the entire state. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bruce. Any questions by board members?
So I have a question, Dr. Longley. So this is this issue that Mr. Haddisheld had raised. Staff, we had a meeting some time ago about this. This appears to be an ongoing issue. And my question, I guess, for Patrick is how do we continue the dialogue? I mean, I view the strategic plan as one of the unspoken, but yet, the between the lines is high level of stakeholder engagement across the board. And certainly I don't want these comments to be heard and, no follow-up or closing the loop on this discussion, because it is a complicated one. And the depth of the breadth and scope of what Mr. Haddisheld is talking about is not lost on me. But I do feel there is value in continuing the discussion. And I don't know that these ad hoc opportunities at the board level are the most appropriate, but I would at least encourage some consideration of a mechanism to continue this dialogue, to at least facilitate transparency and openness and sort of the regulatory process here. So I'm not quite sure what the answer is, but I don't want to just hear this and not do anything. And if the answer is, maybe there's some stakeholder working group, maybe there is on the agricultural subcommittee, I don't know what the proper mechanism is, but this is a continuing issue, and I feel further dialogue should be facilitated.
Absolutely. And I think that's consistent with what the strategic objectives are, that this will be a continuing effort. It will be an effort that will be vested in the program managers to implement. So I think if you'd have Sue and Adam helping to implement the strategic objectives and the continuing conversation with the irrigated lands folks. And, certainly hear your comments and the comments from Board Member Yang to make sure that we consolidate those efforts where possible so that we don't have multiple conversations on the same topic. But absolutely,
Patrick, I'd like to say something here to answer
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
I did meet Bruce many years ago, and that was because I was taking an interest in certain areas and had the opportunity to travel as part of that. That is difficult for some board members, either geographic location or your job keeps you pinned down at that point in time. Being part of a university gives you quite a bit of freedom. But we have a system that we'll be discussing about in February again, and that's assignments to very specific areas. And as you mentioned, Nick, you were part of the Ag Committee. These are two-person committees, 2 people. That's mandated, can't be more than 2 because of the law. But within your particular area, we certainly value the work that you can put into that area, and that also includes becoming familiar with what the issues are within that area, and that oftentimes takes travel, as I did to the far reaches of this region the time I met Bruce. So I think we need to continue this discussion, particularly at the February meeting when we talk about when we look at assignments again. And we need to be thinking, Patrick, I think about how we can involve board members, given their availability or non-availability in participating in various outreach efforts. And sometimes this may be primarily to educate the board member. A good example, way back when I got heavily involved in abandoned mines. You don't find out much about abandoned mines unless you go out and look at them and talk to the staff that are working on them. They can show you pictures all day long, but until you can kick the dirt, you really don't get appreciation of the problem. So, Nick, I hear you loud and clear, and I think that's something we need to work on.
I appreciate that, Dr. Longley. And I would just say this, that I'm certainly committed. I mean, I take this role obviously very seriously, as we all do. And I'm, committed to putting in the time and effort it takes to, understand some of these very complicated issues. I mean, certainly I'm going to have to pick and choose, as we said, a large breadth and scope. But I'm committed to this. And I would hope before February, the Ag Committee could meet to at least discuss this topic with staff and sort of come up with some sort of roadmap on how we consider some of these issues that have been raised to give them the proper attention I think that they deserve. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a card I see from Tammy Humphrey, excuse me. Is she?
Tammy can unmute.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. All right. Good morning, guys, ladies. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this strategic planning discussion. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Tammy Humphrey. I am honored to operate our 5th generation ranch in the Fall River Valley. Our ranch began operating in 1876. We're currently raising orchard grass, meadow grass, and wild rice. We also have a commercial, all-natural cow-calf operation. Today, I am speaking to you as a landowner and as the administrative executor for the Northeastern California Water Association, known as NECWA. NECWA is a nonprofit organization formed in 2003 by a group of visionary ranchers and farmers with a mission to protect water quality, the environment, and wildlife in the Northeastern California region. Currently, we are helping landowners in the Upper Pitt River Watershed comply with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program waste discharge requirements. Our sub-watershed encompasses approximately 3,067,000 acres, extending from the Warner Mountains in Modoc County to Shasta Lake in Shasta County. The Upper Pitt River watershed includes portions of Modoc, Lassen, and Shasta counties. The topography is characterized by mountainous terrain with elevations ranging from approximately 1,000 feet to over 9,800 feet above sea level. Many of you have witnessed the diversity of our watershed when attending the Fall River Valley Tour in 2017, or more recently, traveling through Modoc County to visit Goose Lake. Currently, the Upper Pitt River watershed has 87,311 acres enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Program, out of the 163,000 acres owned. In these valleys, agriculture must live in harmony with Mother Nature. Up here, ag is seasonal. Our growing season is very short. It's less than 120 days. In a few weeks, winter's coming, and crops will be dormant until the ground thaws in May. It was 22 here this morning, so it's very cold. In 2005, per state mandated waste discharge requirements, NECWA began monitoring the Pitt River at designated locations and has continued monitoring to the present. During this time, NECWA has spent over $1.9 million on monitoring, reporting, paying the state water quality fee, and educating our landowners. One of your strategic objectives is adaptive prioritization, which can include tailoring the permits, enforcement, and planning based on threat to water quality. The Upper Pitt River's hydrology and water quality is unique. Monitoring results over the last 16 years have proven that landowners in the Upper Pitt River watershed are diligent, caring, good stewards of water quality and the environment. NECWA asks the regional board to respect the different parts of the Central Valley and tailor your programs to fit the landscape and the way each region is organized. NECWA is committed to proactively working with you and your staff on the successful implementation of the strategic plan and objectives in the Sacramento Valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions?
Well, that was going to be my question. Are any questions or comments from board members?
I'd just like to thank you for your very thoughtful comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
All right.
Tammy. And
Okay, thank you.
You folks have over the years have been very effective, I think, at communicating with this board, as evidenced by some changes that we have made. And maybe we need to make more. If we do, we need to be talking about that.
Well, we'd like to be involved with that.
Certainly.
That would be great.
Next card is for Kelly Huff. I need to point out that please keep your comments to 3 minutes if you can.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Great. Good morning, Chair Longley, members of the board and staff. My name's Kelly Huff. I'm the district manager of the Dixon Resource Conservation District. I've spent over 20 years working with farmers and ranchers on conservation programs and with a focus on water quality protection. For the last 15, I've been staff to the Dixon Solano sub-watershed group of the Sac Valley Water Quality Coalition. And I just want to thank the board and staff for making time to work through a thoughtful and inclusive strategic planning process. I think, it's encouraged all of us to reflect on what's working well and what could be improved. I just want to focus my comments on a resounding support for your proposed strategic objective of adaptive prioritization, as others have mentioned, and commit fully to assisting you with this on the Irrigated Lands Program. One thing that presents a real challenge when we're trying to help people through these requirements is if we can't communicate a real connection or potential connection between a member's operation and a specific water quality issue, whether this is due to a geographic area or a type of operation. but they still have requirements and costs associated with it, it really creates a challenge for us and for credibility as well. So my personal experience with the program from 2005 through 2014, the requirements were really focused on responding to specific local issues identified through the surface water quality monitoring. And we had remarkable success in addressing those issues and a lot of creativity from the local growers and from support organizations in coming up with solutions quickly. And when we headed into the universal reporting in 2015, we lost some ground in this respect. And so I think just asking the board to really, and the staff to really be able to help us communicate in specific instances, how different operations are connected to specific issues makes the whole process a lot better. So we're encouraged by the recent developments to adjust the requirements for lower risk activities with the help of cooperative extension experts. And where the program is nimble enough to adjust, it really makes a difference to everybody's buy-in. And so just in closing out, I want to say we appreciate the specific objectives of strengthening and building relationships with other organizations. And that's really where these local sub-watershed groups can really be your partners in pulling together, folks that we know locally that are very familiar and trusted by the ag community and that have spent, their lives and careers really researching some of these issues. And so I would encourage you to continue to reach out to us to look at specific issues locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Questions or comments by board members? Patrick, do you want to address these comments?
Certainly. I mean, I think I hear them loud and clear. And to be honest, what was mentioned is certainly consistent with the values that are in the strategic plan. So I think it's consistent with what Nick was proposing, that we get out there in the field, we respond to these site-specific issues, and we continue to look at our permits to make sure that they are collecting only the information that would be useful to us as we seek to protect beneficial uses.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a card for Ed Sills. Ed, could you please unmute?
Dr. Longley, I don't see a Ed or Max Stevenson, but there is Lester Messina.
But Lester will
I'm
want
here.
to speak. Yes, Lester, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Chair Longley, board members and staff. Thank you for letting me participate in today's meeting. My name is Lester Messina. I currently serve as a technical and outreach partner to the Inclusive Land Sub-Watershed Program, one of the 13 sub-watersheds which comprise the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. And in this capacity, it's been my pleasure to have participated with Bruce Haudeshell in the Northern Coalition's MPEP process and other elements members of the coalition need to comply with. Today, I would like to discuss some thoughts on past activities I'm familiar with, some seized and lost opportunities, which may be of value to consider in your strategic planning process. I would like to reflect on my water quality experiences while working at the Glenn County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, Department of Agriculture, and the water quality related accomplishments that we achieved prior to my departure from the department in 2013, some which continue today. While at the Ag Department, I was assigned the duties of Water Resource Coordinator, a standalone position allocated to the Ag Department by the county supervisors. At that time, the Ag Department was the only division in the county willing to take on the issues related to water supply and water quality, a natural fit since the economy of the county was and is today solely dependent on irrigated agriculture. At that time, we recognized how important the resources were and they needed to be observed on a regular basis. Surface water was in control of the irrigation districts, but groundwater usage was increasing, and as a result, a groundwater quality monitoring program was initiated in 2002. The program measured a select number of ag and domestic wells for basic parameters of temperature, pH, and electrical conductivity as a means of keeping abreast of aquifer conditions. This monitoring continues annually, and it has for 20 years, and the data is available. Prior to these activities, in 1996, the department took the lead in the Glenn County Surface Water Stewardship Program to address concerns of runoff and leaching of dormant pesticides, mostly diazinon. Outreach was the key to the success of this program, and it made the transition into the Irrigated Lands Program easier for Glenn County growers to come on board and than it was for growers in other counties. Successful efforts put forth by our department provided us with the opportunity to secure a Cal-Fed Drinking Water Program grant, which led to the formation of a 4-county sub-regional group comprised of Glenn, Butte, Colusa, and Tehama counties. Our goals were to obtain a better understanding of our drinking water conditions, sources, and supplies in our region. The program was instrumental in the development of a 7-county integrated regional water management planning process for the Northern Sacramento Valley years later. Comments on the Cal-Fed grant program referenced planning grants needed to be followed by implementation funding, but nothing came forward. In 2005, the counties of Glenn and Butte were fortunate enough to be selected for the ILRP pilot program with the regional board, DPR, State Water Board, and CDFA, and where County Ag Commissioner staff was able to directly interact with regional board staff as regulatory elements of the program were gaining momentum. This opportunity was very valuable and provided better understanding of where both our roles and responsibilities could blend. I think I'm out of time. I can keep going if you like, or just get right down to the bottom. Let me know, please, Chairman.
How much more do you have?
Less than a minute.
Go ahead and finish.
Great. Okay, our activities included focused on education and outreach, where we worked cooperatively with growers and regional board contract managers. One of our main accomplishments was characterizing and evaluating local watersheds while cataloging visual agricultural management practices, then coordinating the results with total annual pesticide use throughout the watershed as a means of determining accurate application by growers while avoiding any exceedances. This was a great opportunity for both parties, but unfortunately it was discontinued due to the availability to secure additional funding. This leads me to where we have always had the ability and resources available to take care of ourselves in this arena on the local level. Regulatory programs similar to the Irrigated Lands program, such as SGMA, allow the local agencies to determine the best course of action relating to undesirable effects to groundwater supply in the future, while utilizing the state board as a backstop. So similarly, our local agencies can police themselves in agricultural water quality, be it surface or groundwater, with the regional board acting as a backstop if necessary. Local issues being solved by local agency oversight, coupled with self-regulation, can bring significant and desirable cost of compliance savings for our growers based on risk, while allowing regional board staff to dedicate more time to other water quality programs they're responsible for. We are fortunate here in Northern California to have high quality surface and groundwater, and it's our intention to keep it that way. And we look forward to mutual solutions now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lester. Are there any comments by board members or by the executive officer? Appreciate your comments, and they're noted. I have a card by Candy Manhart Building. Is
you may unmute. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Since time is of the essence, I'll just jump right in it and turn on my video to mix it up a little bit. That's okay.
Go ahead.
Chair Longley, board member, staff, and partners. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Candy Manhart Belding, Executive Officer of Glenn County Resource Conservation District. For over 16 years, I've worked with the Glenn County RCD, and just over 14 of those years, I've been the Subwatershed Coordinator for the Colusa Glen Subwatershed, working with our local Subwatershed, Bruce Haudeshell, Lester Messina. Colusa Glen is one of the 13 subwatershed groups in the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition, making up about 24% of the irrigated lands, in the coalition about 300,000 acres. I work with close to 1,800 growers to help them meet the ILRP regulations. In your strategic plan regarding adaptive prioritization, which we've talked a lot about today, specifically the bullet point, strengthen and build relationships with other organizations engaged in activities related to water resource protection, especially for water bodies identified as a high priority. I personally see this as using success stories among partnerships to help continue the protection of water quality. Coming from a farming family who has been farming for almost 100 years now or so, I'm considered fourth generation, in Colusa County, and working with all government agencies through the RCD, we address resource concerns through partnerships and voluntary approaches. And that method is really critical for long-term strategies. And I know the board is fully aware of this. And it could be powerful even more than enforcement itself. And no one likes to be enforced on. I know it's necessary in certain situations. Speaking candidly, if there are resource concerns at the local level, the growers want to address them and they want to do it at the local level. And they trust and respect those that they work with. Colusa Glen was identified as a successful case study in a World Resources Institute and American Farmland Trust water quality targeting report in 2017. The success was primarily due to the work the growers put in implementing conservation practices funded through an NRCS, or Natural Resources Conservation Service Program, specifically to address a chlorpyrifos and toxicity management plan we had to develop in response to a surface water monitoring exceedance. Growers went above and beyond and voluntarily chose to implement over $9 million in conservation practices. The plan has been deemed complete, and that was done in 2014. No exceedances have occurred since then, and so they're fully aware of the issue at hand. Fast forward to today, there's hundreds of millions of dollars to implement with conservation funds through the state. And so I encourage the board to look at their partners. CDFA has a Healthy Soils program, and how can we partner together with them to really achieve water quality resilience? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from board members or from the executive officer?
No, I like the highlight in particular. I mean, I think we've seen areas in which, you have certification programs and you have other programs that come in, especially those implemented at the local level, where we can see some benefit, frankly, lightens the regional board's load. You've seen a little bit of that with, say, Carl, you know it quite well, the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, how they were instrumental in the initial implementation of the Dairy General Order. Other things like that that have been implemented throughout the agricultural program as well, to really ensure that, when growers are already doing water quality protections under another program, whether it's regional, sub-regional, or something of that nature, that there's credit for it and that it can be built into the waste discharge requirements, and perhaps lighten the load for both the requirements under the program and the requirements that the regional board will be implementing. So absolutely hear those comments, and certainly something that will be taken into account as we continue to develop and evolve under the strategic plan that we have on the table today.
Just like to add that I appreciate you sharing some of the experiences on the ground. Obviously, a lot of us are removed from the regulations that are sort of out there and folks have to follow. And kind of your comments underscore the need for us to get out there and meet with your growers and, in fact, all the other commenters as well. You represent millions of acres of farmland, and you obviously have a very important role in our food system and otherwise, and so we need to figure out ways to make this work together. There are a lot of responsible and thoughtful folks out there, a lot of your growers, and taking ownership of these issues certainly when they need to. And so I'm committed certainly to the ongoing dialogue here to work together to achieve the goals that we can all agree on, which is, obviously protecting water quality. So thank you for your comments.
And I
Thank
thank
you.
you also, well, I thank all of the commenters for their comments and also for staff's discussion on how we can make this better. There are a couple of changes that board members have brought up. And there's two ways to handle this.
Well, Carl, I have changes in line with what
Okay.
Board Member Kadara put up there.
There's three ways to handle this. One is your way. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we'll take a quick look through it right here. And Denise, can you read this right in front of you?
It's not up yet.
Not up yet.
All right. Good answer.
We see it.
All right. So what I would propose is, and this is under the bullet of strategic engagement with underserved and underrepresented communities, would be addition of the text saying fundamental to these additional engagement efforts is the board's responsibility to communicate in clear, concise, and straightforward language without technical jargon when we are working with many of the communities that are affected by our decisions. Strategic engagement will also require further investments in digital participation, including understanding and working to bridge digital divide issues that may still present barriers for meaningful collaboration, including a reassessment of the board's website so that our online tools will be useful for underserved and underrepresented communities, including disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities. So that's kind of one set of modifications there. I've also added the language that you were suggesting, the proactive language. So incorporate the principles and practices of racial equity, including the impending racial equity resolution being considered by the State Water Board and any following resolution adopted by the Central Valley Water Board, to be proactive in the promotion of civility, inclusion, and staff diversity. So those are the changes. I think those encompass what the goals that you were kind of advancing there, but let me know if I've missed the mark.
No, go ahead, Dr. Long.
No, go ahead.
No, I very much appreciate your being in tune to the issues that I raised. And as you did, you put the language in there that could show the community, the underserved and the underrepresented, that the board is engaged with them. And these are the ways we're going to make sure that we allow participation to occur that will be more effective for your involvement. So I think that does sum up the role of community engagement, and that's what we want to do. So I do appreciate you for putting those comments in there, Patrick.
Does any other comments from board members? Well, hearing none, go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, Dr. Longley. I just want to make sure, and I don't want to necessarily propose a change, but I would like to have a brief discussion under adaptive prioritization, the second paragraph after the italicized portion. I mentioned earlier during my comments were ineffective or inefficient.
What page are you on?
Page 13.
Page 13, okay. And
Yeah.
whereabouts on page 13?
So under the heading adaptive prioritization, the second paragraph beginning with while the need to protect, after the second sentence there that starts after considering the comments provided, and then it goes on to say where ineffective or inefficient projects are evaluated and scaled back, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder, and Patrick, I'd like your thoughts here, obviously, but does it make sense to add at the end of that sentence or fine tuning of regulatory programs, where appropriate? I don't want to send the message that we're only looking at ineffective or inefficient projects. I think we're looking at even fine tuning where appropriate. And so if you tell me that convolutes this, I'm okay with that, but I just want to state sort of where my thinking is at on this.
No, I like that a lot. I think give me just 1 minute and I'll see if I can kind of put in the fine tuning concept there, because I absolutely agree with you on that. Any other comments, or you want to give me 2 minutes?
Thanks for doing this on the fly, and sorry to put you on the
Well, take 2 minutes, Patrick, and while you're taking your 2 minutes to finish that and bring it up, are there any other comments by board members?
Patrick, I might, or Dr. Longley, I might just mention that, we can certainly have the strategic plan translated into multiple languages once finalized and placed on the website, so that potentially address Ms. Cadera's concerns as well as Mr. Yang's concerns about availability of the strategic plan to folks who may not be privy to the English language.
I appreciate that, Clint. Thank you.
That's a great suggestion.
Dr. Longley, does it make sense just take a quick 5-minute break just to give Patrick some time? And
I love to push Patrick. Probably does.
So I've got the language up if you want to take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And I think it just integrates pretty nicely here. And the language would then be, it is reasonable for the board in its strategic plan to make a commitment to engage in a process of adaptive prioritization, where ineffective or inefficient projects are evaluated and scaled back, and where other programs are fine-tuned, which can make additional resources available for high-impact water quality efforts.
And then your summary, the goal of adaptive prioritization will be to continue to assess, streamline, improve processes across all programs, therefore enabling the board to focus resources on those activities that are most impactful. What about just another statement? Maybe it's not necessary, but after impactful, in keeping with the board's key mission of protecting water quality. Some people are concerned that when we talk about this, we'd be moving away from protecting water quality, and all of this is focused on.
Yeah, we have the beneficial uses at the core of the board's mission, but if you want to tag on additional,
I like what you have there. It restates it again, but I think it's good to restate it.
This is a very important point, Dr. Longley. I agree.
All right.
Okay, any further comments on the total package by board members? Hearing none, I ask for a motion and a second to approve this, the strategic plan as amended.
Dr. Longley, I move that we approve of the strategic plan as amended and presented by staff.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Denise has moved, Sean has seconded. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Broad,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Abdus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your involvement and good suggestions and good discussion. It's now 1/4 after. Item 10 is the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. How long does the presentation on this take, Patrick?
Adam, I think you have the time on that one.
Yeah, the presentation on this one's about 15 to 20 minutes.
Good. So let's take a 5-minute break and be back here in 5 minutes, and we'll proceed with agenda item 10.
And Dr. Longley, just for what it's worth, we may have to break early. Office Chief Counsel or for lunch, since Office Chief Counsel has some limitations in their participation for closed session.
Okay, so if we try to get this over with by 1:15, will that work?
That should be just fine.
Okay, very good. Be back here in about 3 minutes if you can. Start the presentation.
Now it's 3. Potty fast. Okay.
Is Susan here?
I am here.
Would you like to queue up your presentation?
Sure, I'll do that. Can you see that in presentation mode now?
Yeah, looks good. Thank you.
Here, can you get it for me? Have you heard anything I've said?
Sorry, we have not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just unmuted, so I'll start all over again. Sorry about that. Folks, this is agenda item 10, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. Order amending multiple waste discharge requirements, general orders for growers that are members of a third-party group. And this is specifically in order to exempt managed wetlands. This time, the board will consider a resolution amending multiple waste discharge requirements, general orders for growers that are members of a third-party group. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and a timer will be used. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Not at this time.
Thank you. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Susan Frigain. I'm with the Regional Board, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and I have taken the oath. Today, I'm presenting a resolution to the board to exempt managed wetlands in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Basin from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, waste discharge requirements. During my presentation, I'll also refer to the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program as the ILRP or the program. Waste discharge requirements will also be referred to as general orders or simply as orders. In this presentation, I'll describe what a managed wetland is, provide some historical context, and highlight relevant activities over the past 17 years. In addition, I'll explain why managed wetlands are not a good fit in the ILRP, discuss the proposed order revisions, and describe the public comments that we received. So what are managed wetlands? These are areas that receive seasonal, semi-permanent, or permanent wetland flooding to simulate natural processes that promote food production and habitat for the benefit of wetland-dependent species. Along with artificial flooding, other routine maintenance and management activities are typically required to maintain the habitat, wildlife, and other ecological benefits. I want to stress that artificial flooding or irrigation is necessary to create and maintain these wetlands for the optimal habitat. So why are they managed? Well, today, managed wetlands, they generally occur in the areas where they once existed naturally. But this was before the major hydrologic and land use changes that largely eliminated natural stream flows and flooding patterns in the Central Valley. Because natural flooding no longer occurs, managed wetlands simulate the historic patterns and conditions to provide habitat for wetland-dependent species. And who manages them? So wetland management is performed by federal, state, and local agencies, by private organizations and individuals, and by nonprofit groups. The techniques and best practices that are used for managed wetlands are well established. And I would also like to mention that most private wetlands are managed through conservation easements with the federal and state agencies. So the importance of managed wetlands in the Central Valley is evident when you compare the historic and current amounts of wetland habitat. As shown in this map, extensive wetland, floodplain, and riparian habitats were present in the pre-1900 period. An estimated 4 to 5 million acres were flooded during the winter and spring runoff. And this attracted 20 to 40 million migratory waterfowl, as well as many other native fish and wildlife. These extensive wetland habitats also established the Central Valley as a crucial element of the Pacific Flyway. But today, 90 to 95% of the wetland habitat is gone. What remains are isolated by man-made control structures and largely exists due to the artificial flooding. Waterfowl populations are reduced by 80 to 90%, while their diversity has shifted to more adaptable species. Nonetheless, managed wetlands still provide critical habitat for the remaining wildlife, and it's important to balance regulatory requirements with the need to sustain the remaining wetlands. So this timeline highlights some of the key actions in the history of the ILRP and managed wetlands. While you can see that a lot has happened in the past 17 years, my main goal here is to convey a few major points. First, I want to emphasize that wetland managers have been actively engaged since the ILRP began in 2003. They provided comments at each stage and have consistently communicated that wetlands are not a good fit in the program. Also, note that wetland managers requested changes during development of the long-term program and adoption of the general orders. At that time, the board committed to convene a managed wetlands work group with the purpose of identifying an alternative to regulation in the program. So following several meetings of the managed wetlands work group, a 2-day public workshop was held in 2015 at the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge. This workshop provided a useful educational forum about managed wetlands, and it also paved the way for order changes to try to make the program a better fit for managed wetlands. However, general order changes that have occurred in the past few years have appropriately focused the program on groundwater and surface water quality issues from irrigated agriculture. So the resolution before you today was developed because the program requirements largely do not apply to exclusively managed wetlands. So what do I mean by exclusively managed wetlands? Exclusively managed wetlands do not include lands where irrigated agriculture and wetlands operations are rotated on the same field. They're managed only for wetland habitat. So exclusively managed wetlands are not a good fit in the ILRP for several reasons. Managed wetlands do not include high-risk activities that are the cause of known water quality impairments from irrigated agriculture. For example, Wetland managers use very low amounts of herbicides as spot treatments to control invasive weeds. They don't use pesticides that are typically broadcast applied and known to cause pesticide exceedances and toxicity in surface waters. Additionally, fertilizers are not applied to wetlands, and therefore they don't contribute to the groundwater nitrogen problems. And in addition, managed wetlands don't contribute to sediment erosion and discharge issues. In fact, they're known to be important sediment and nutrient sinks. So the program's monitoring and management priorities include agricultural pesticides, toxicity, and groundwater contamination. And because of the significant differences between managed wetland and commercial agricultural operations, the focus of ILRP implementation doesn't pertain to exclusively managed wetlands. And finally, in addition, the cost burden of ILRP enrollment and requirements has reduced the resources available to wetland managers for flooding and maintaining wetland habitat. So in May of this year, staff provided the first of 2 public comment periods on the exemption. First, we released an administrative draft resolution for public comments. We received 8 comment letters, 5 of which supported the exemption. In addition, 1 letter supported the exemption and also requested that the board provide an option for exclusively managed wetlands to voluntarily enroll in the program. And staff added this option to the resolution to provide flexibility. For example, some wetland managers may find program coverage desirable if they work closely with a coalition to meet their TMDL requirements. Another letter requested that staff clarify language in the orders about combined agriculture and wetlands operations. So staff added language to clarify that irrigated lands that rotate commercial agriculture and managed wetlands operations on the same field are required to obtain program coverage. And as an example, in the Delta, there are many parcels that grow corn during the summer and are then flooded in the fall to provide winter habitat for sandhill cranes and other water birds. And lastly, we got 1 letter requesting clarification that parcels managed for rice production are not managed wetlands. So staff added language to clarify that parcels in rice production are not considered managed wetlands. After making the previously described changes, staff released the tentative resolution in August for a second 30-day public comment period. Two comment letters were received, one from the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, or Regional SAN, and then the other from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And both letters supported the proposed exemption. And in addition, we received 1 slightly late comment letter from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that also supports the resolution. So in summary, staff is recommending exemption of exclusively managed wetlands from the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. However, the resolution doesn't exempt commercial agriculture and managed wetlands that are rotated on the same land. The resolution does allow voluntary enrollment of exclusively managed wetlands in the program if desired. And just to avoid any confusion, I want to make sure everyone realizes that the board does maintain the authority to regulate managed wetlands if needed, and this is stated in the resolution. At this time, staff isn't aware of a need to develop a regulatory alternative, but if regulation is needed in the future, staff will develop appropriate coverage. Staff recommends adoption of the resolution to exempt managed wetlands from the Irrigated Lands Program requirements. At this time, I'd like to submit the presentation, agenda package, and associated files into the record. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions by board members?
I don't think I have a question per se, but thank you for that presentation. But this is obviously a very welcome development, a very narrow action that's being proposed today, but a very important one in protecting and enhancing habitat and species biodiversity in the state, given kind of the loss of wetlands over the last century, and encouraging these types of what I call white hat projects certainly should be encouraged. What took so long? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Longley, I'd just like to comment too. That was a great presentation. And I have to say, I was there for 2015. That was my first exposure to wetlands, and much larger scale. And then we invited the board to come and see the Atwell Island wetlands, a smaller wetlands, managed wetlands. And it's very important, as you stated, to exempt the wetlands from this. And you made accommodations for voluntary, and then where there's where they are, the wetlands and the irrigated lands program go together, where they have to participate. So I'm in total support of it. I wish we had more wetlands, and just listening to the history of it from 1900 to where we are today, we need to do all we can to protect the wetlands. So very great presentation, and I appreciate all the work you did on it.
Thank you.
Any further comments by board members? If not, we'll move to we'll now hear from any person interested who is not a party to this proceeding, but who wishes to comment. Mindy, I think the first person is Jeffrey Shu. Am I correct?
He is unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We do.
Great. Thank you, Chair Longley, members of the board. Let's see this.
Yes, go ahead. And I should point out that you're representing the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Jeffrey Shu, and I'm from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak and provide comments to the board, and I've taken the oath. I've been working on water quality issues for the department at least since the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program was implemented. And it's been a long road to get to this point, and I hope to cross the finish line with all of you today. The proposed order will provide meaningful relief from monitoring and reporting requirements of constituents that are not found in exclusively managed wetlands. By eliminating the cost of these requirements, resources can be redirected to protect existing wetlands and expanding flooded acreages of wetlands. For constituents that may be of concern, other water quality control programs and measures would be more appropriate for wetlands. The department supports the staff's recommendation amendments to the general orders for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions by board members? Thank you once again. The next person I have a card for is Ellen Weir. Ellen, can you unmute?
Ellen, you can unmute.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Ellen Weir on behalf of Grassland Water District in Los Banos, Merced County. I have taken the oath. We are a unique water district that provides water to state wildlife areas, national wildlife refuges, and private habitat conservation easements. And today we express our strong support for the proposed resolution. We appreciate that it acknowledges the value that wetlands provide for California in terms of water quality improvements and essential habitat for species. This resolution will allow us to conserve our limited financial resources and better focus on securing water and improving our wetlands. Two quick points. Our district remains committed to continuing the robust water quality monitoring program in the grasslands. Our staff operate more than 50 real-time monitoring stations in the water supply channels of our district, and that data will continue to support our compliance with the San Joaquin River Salt and Boron TMDL program. And finally, I want to express my thanks to the executive officer and staff in the ILRP program. Today's meeting is good timing for the board to consider this resolution because you can hear and see waterfowl overhead that are migrating into the Central Valley for the winter. But we recognize that staff have worked with our stakeholder group over the course of several years in order to reach this point, and for that we are grateful. So we encourage you to adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move on. Mindy, are there any raised hands?
Dr. Longley, I believe Bruce may have wanted to comment on this agenda item. Bruce had a show.
I didn't see a raised hand for Bruce. Bruce, do you want to comment?
I do. I just raised my hand as you were asking if there were any raised hands. And I think we all cherish our wetlands and the species that are dependent upon that. We are supportive of this revision to the WDRs. I just want to point out and shared with the staff last week, and they may have already shared this with you. Last Friday, the California Rice Commission, Northern California Water Association, CalTrout, and Ducks Unlimited signed an MOU that really has science-based reactivation of floodplains to provide critical benefits for fish, birds, and people, and reconnect the rivers to streamside wetlands of working ricelands and natural habitats. We have quite a number of federal and state refuges from the Delta all the way up to where you heard Tammy earlier today on the Modoc Plain. So this is an important value for Northern California Water Association. If you don't have a copy of that MOU, I would ask staff to provide it to you. I think I provided them the Capital Weekly opinion piece on it, but thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Dr. Longley, you're muted.
Carl, you're still muted.
Thank you. Mindy, does anybody have their hand raised?
I don't see any, Dr. Longley.
Okay. At this point, then we'll close the hearing and reserve comments from staff. And we're ready for the executive officer recommendation.
Yeah, I think I strongly support this action. I do want to thank Susan for all of her work on this. There's been a lot of discussions with the managed wetlands folks over the years about getting the definitions just right, about getting the facilities just right. And really, the question before the board is the irrigated lands regulatory program the right vehicle to regulate managed wetlands? And I think the resounding answer from staff and from stakeholders is no. We still have some managed wetlands that will opt to participate because they need regulatory coverage for one reason or another. So that option is still out there. But I think this is something that has been many years in the making. It was sidetracked to a certain extent by the state water board's consideration of the East San Joaquin order, the changes that we needed to make due to CV salts and the East San Joaquin. But I think we're in a place where the work that we started many years ago is ready to be finished, and we're ready to move on to the next chapter. Carl, you're muted if you want to say something.
Any further comments by board members? Hearing none, I call for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Raji. Who moved it?
It's me, Dr. Longley, Nick.
Nick moved, Raji seconded. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Abdus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. At this point in time, the board will go into executive session. And you have a second link for that meeting. I say that to board members. And about what time will we be back for agenda item 11? Would you estimate, Patrick?
Tough to say, Jessica. Which cases would we be discussing? I know both you and Bailey might have some cases to discuss,
Yeah.
as well as personnel action.
Let me rephrase this. Can we be back at 1 o'clock?
I think so. It depends on how long you take for personnel.
1:15. Okay, give us an hour and a half. Therefore, we are going
Carl,
to, yes.
If I could, I think there's been a request for 15 to be moved up on the calendar. A lot of the folks who are here for the changes to the irrigated lands program that we just did are also here for items 11 and 15. So I would propose to move item 15 up so that we kind of be discussing maybe 11 and 15 right after the break.
Okay, so when we come back at 1:15, we'll proceed with item 11. We'll follow that directly with item 15, and then the rest of them from item 12 in order. Thank you very much, and I'll see you on the other side. We'll be back at 1:15.
Chair Longley?
Recess till then.
Chair Longley, before you begin, I just need to announce closed session items.
Go ahead and do it.
So in closed session, we will be discussing personnel under Government Code Section 11126 Subdivision A, and 3 different litigation cases as listed in our closed session list. The Malaga cases under A, the Valley Water case under F, and the Center for Biological Diversity case under E.
Thank you very much. We'll be back at 1:15.
Hello, this is Gene. I think we have everybody co-hosted that should be.
This is Denise here. Can I get, I need a few moments. I actually have another Zoom call with Tulare Basin Watershed Partnership. I'm being voted back in as a board member. So can I take 5 for this?
I will
Hello?
let them know.
Okay, yeah, unless you need board members, and then I'll be right back, but I just need about 5 minutes to introduce myself. Thank you, Gene.
Very good. Dr. Longley, not sure if you heard Denise had to step away just for 5 minutes or so.
Okay, fine. We'll wait for Denise to get back.
Got you co-hosted, Patrick.
Thank you much, Gene.
Okay, we have Ken Miller, co-hosted suit.
Thank you, Gene.
Go ahead, Ms. Stoneham.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, I'll be with Ken on that item. I don't think I need to be a co-host as long as I'll be able to be unmuted and turn on my camera.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Denise is back. Let me just check here. What board members are on? Denise is back.
Yeah.
Nick's on.
Nick just joined.
Is Sean on?
I don't see Sean yet.
Nick's
No.
last name is spelled wrong, I think.
No Raji.
Raji's not back yet?
Not yet.
Well, we can't go till we get at least 4 board members. So we got 3, we need 1 more.
We could start with 15, which is an information item if it was the pleasure of the board.
Yes, let's do that. No, we don't have to.
Gene, we need to correct board member Nick Avid's last spelling of his last name.
Okay. Can you tell me how to spell it?
I think it's ADVIS.
ADVIDS.
ADVIS.
Actually, it's correct.
Oh, it is correct?
Yes.
It is. Oh, man, I thought I saw it the wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. What do I know?
This whole time I was trying to unmute. Yeah, it's correct, Denise. Sorry. Box minimized, and man, I'll tell you, I got too many windows open on my desktop here. Thank you, though.
Okay, let's go with agenda item 15, and then Mindy, could you see that the other board members are notified so they can be on board for the next item?
Yes.
I appreciate that. For agenda item 15, the irrigated land.
I believe Sean is here. Yeah.
Sean's here, good. Sean is here, is that correct?
Yes, I see Sean here.
Good. So we got 14. So I'll do as we talked about before, I'll do 11 and then 15. So we're on agenda item 11, the Delta Regional Monitoring Program Governance Structure and Implementing Entity. This is consideration of a resolution approving the Delta Regional Monitoring Program Governance Structure and Implementing Entity. At this time, the board will consider a resolution approving the Delta Regional Monitoring Program Governance Structure and Implementing Entity. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and meeting procedures that were published with the meeting agenda. This is the time evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you are about to receive is that you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. Thank you. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. Following the staff presentation, Delta Regional Monitoring Program representatives will provide a 5-minute presentation. Interested persons will then be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and a timer will be used. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time? Council, we're waiting for your reply.
No, Chair Longley.
Thank you very much. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Great. Can everyone see my screen, the slides?
I certainly can see it.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Board Chair Longley and board members. My name is Dr. Meredith Howard. I have taken the oath and I am the program manager for the planning section. So I oversee the basin planning, total maximum daily load or TMDL and Delta programs. My co-presenter is Selena Cole, an environmental scientist in the Mercury TMDL unit. Selena has been the technical lead staff on the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, or Delta RMP. Selena will begin our presentation by providing you with an overview of the initiation of the Delta RMP, the water quality issues that are the focus of the program, and the current program structure. I'll then provide the proposed new governance structure and additional programmatic changes for your approval today. I'll turn the presentation over to Selena now.
Good afternoon.
Are you taking the oath, Selena?
Selena, you're just going to need to state that you took the oath.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. The specific program implementation area we will be discussing today is the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta, outlined in red on the map. Hereafter, I'll refer to this area as the Delta. Fresh water from the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and other rivers mix with the salt water from the San Francisco Bay to create the largest estuary on the West Coast. Nearly all of the Central Valley watershed drains into the Delta, supplying fresh water to 2/3 of the state's population and millions of acres of farmland. Next slide. The Delta estuary is also a critical ecosystem for fish and wildlife, including many rare and endangered species. Increasing strain from climate change, droughts, and wildfires are just a few of the many challenges affecting the Delta ecosystem. In addition, discharges that alter water quality through land and water use combined with upstream water diversions have increased contaminant concentrations, and current export pumping practices exacerbate poor water quality conditions in altered habitats. In the early 2000s, populations of the 4 most abundant resident pelagic fishes showed concurrent declines to record lows. This multi-species decline triggered new inquiries by multiple state, federal, and university researchers into the potential role of contaminants. However, these inquiries highlighted shortcomings in the ability of existing monitoring efforts to address questions at the scale of the Delta. Water quality Delta data from existing monitoring programs was spatially restricted, could not easily be combined, and was not adequate to support a rigorous analysis of potential causes. I think there's a click. This rapid multi-species decline fast-tracked a growing awareness in the scientific community that many stressors on ecosystem functions are interrelated and must be addressed more holistically. This created an increasing desire among water quality and resource managers throughout the state for more integrated information about ambient conditions across watersheds and regions. At the time, there was a lack of coordinated monitoring and data evaluation among all the different agencies and groups monitoring water quality, water flows, and ecological conditions in the Delta. This lack of coordination resulted in the inability to conduct regional assessments of the water quality conditions impacting beneficial uses within the Delta, and highlighted the need to form a regional monitoring program. Next slide. Prior to the establishment of the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, or Delta RMP, agencies and stakeholders attempted to develop an RMP for the Delta named the Coordinated Monitoring Assessment and Research Program. However, these attempts were not sustainably funded. To address this, the board adopted Resolution 2013-0130 to allow permitted dischargers to participate in the Delta RMP in lieu of individual receiving water monitoring requirements. The program participants that elected to join the program formed a governance structure for the implementation of the Delta RMP. Next slide. This graphic illustrates the governance structure for the Delta RMP over the past 9 years. The steering committee consists of representatives from each program participant group and was the decision-making body for the program. The TAC consists of technical representatives reflecting the steering committee membership. The TAC stands for Technical Advisory Committee. This advisory committee was responsible for developing, reviewing, and revising the monitoring designs and special studies. In coordination with the technical subcommittees, the TAC would provide recommendations to the steering committee for approval. The Aquatic Science Center was the implementing agency responsible for the overall program management, including fiscal tracking, meeting facilitation, and monitoring project oversight. Next slide. Taking a closer look at the Delta RMP decision body makeup, you'll notice that regulatory agency representation in the previous steering committee structure was 3 out of 16 members total. The three regulatory agency representatives were EPA, State Board, and the Regional Board. Next slide. As you can imagine, with the variety of stakeholders represented on the steering committee, there were different ideas about what the program mission should be, but this was what the group ultimately agreed to inform decisions on how to protect and, where necessary, restore beneficial uses of water in the Delta by producing objective and cost-effective scientific information critical to understanding regional water quality conditions and trends. Next slide. With the mission set, the steering committee determined that the primary goal of the Delta RMP is to provide coordinated Delta-wide monitoring, reporting, and assessment of water quality while pursuing the following objectives: improve the efficiency of water quality data collection and management in the Delta, generate products that inform and educate the public, agencies, and decision makers, raise awareness of Delta water quality conditions and how they impact beneficial uses, and foster independent science, objective peer review, and a transparent review process. Next slide. To best achieve those objectives, the program initially decided to prioritize status and trend monitoring. Status and trends asks, what are the water quality impacts in the Delta and which constituents are causing those impacts? A secondary priority question asks, which sources, pathways, loadings, and processes are most important to understand and quantify? And what is the magnitude of each source and or pathway? Other management questions to address later in the program included forecasting water quality under different management scenarios and effectiveness tracking. Next slide. This slide lists what could easily be a 2-hour presentation by itself, but it summarizes monitoring projects conducted over the last 5 years. The Delta RMP began implementing monitoring designs for pathogens, current use pesticides and toxicity, and mercury in 2015. A few years later, a nutrient synthesis project to identify monitoring gaps in the Delta led to a collaborative monitoring study and chlorophyll A sensor intercalibration study, both utilizing multi-agency efforts that provided information in the development of the Delta Nutrient Research Plan. In 2020, the Delta RMP added monitoring for constituents of emerging concern, a term that includes, but is not limited to, various pharmaceuticals, personal care products, and perfluoroalkyl substances. The last 2 monitoring projects added last year were for cyanotoxins and cyanobacteria, both associated with harmful algal blooms. Next slide. A primary accomplishment for the Delta RMP is providing data for water quality management decisions. The Irrigated Lands Program used Delta RMP toxicity data to initiate a management plan, and several years of mercury data are being included in the Delta Mercury TMDL review, currently underway. The Delta RMP is also providing important data for emerging water quality concerns, such as harmful algal blooms and constituents of emerging concern. Monitoring for these emerging issues is informing current data gaps for the Delta and may help inform next steps for regional monitoring needs. Since monitoring began 5 years ago, there have been several multi-year data sets, reference and reports published by other agencies that evaluate board actions and inform data gaps for the Delta.
Great, thanks, Selena.
So
I'm going to discuss the revised program structure and the governance changes to the program. The process of revising the program structure and governance began 2 years ago in August 2019, when the steering committee formed a governance subcommittee. This subcommittee was composed of only steering committee members and had representatives from wastewater, stormwater, agriculture, EPA, and myself. The subcommittee charge was to evaluate the current needs of the program and to consider and recommend alternative governance models and other program structure changes to address the current program needs. The governance subcommittee developed a proposed new governance structure that the steering committee endorsed. That structure was based on the development of a new nonprofit organization composed of the regulated entities that would replace the Aquatic Science Center as the implementing entity for the program. There were additional changes to the program that I'll go through, which are in the proposed board resolution. So the new governance of the program is very different from the old structure. The nonprofit organization called the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, or DRMP, as on this slide, has created a board of directors. The board of directors can form two different types of committees: committees of the board and advisory committees. The boxes in orange show which committees have decision-making authority for the program, mainly the board of directors and committees of the board. The advisory committees make recommendations to the board of directors, but do not have any decision-making authority for the program. Under the old structure, the steering committee made all binding decisions for the program. The regulatory agencies, including the Regional Water Board, State Water Board, and EPA, participate on the advisory committees, on both the steering committee and several technical committees. Advisory committees may be composed of any number of board directors or other people who are not board directors. The committees of the board must be comprised of board directors. The board of directors determines the target composition for all of the committees. Members of the advisory committees are appointed by the board of directors, or the board of directors may delegate that appointment power to the board president. So what is our role in the new program structure? Well, we're really in an advisory role. We continue our current commitments to provide dedicated regional board staff to participate on committees and provide SWAMP funding for the program. We will also ensure effective and efficient program implementation, as well as appropriate discharger participation in lieu of individual permit requirements. We developed the board resolution with three main goals. First, board approval of the new implementing entity, the DRMP, and the new program structure. The second goal is to maintain regulatory oversight of the program due to reduced or modified individual monitoring requirements. The third goal is to ensure continued program value. Given those goals, there are several requirements for submission of documents and executive officer or quality assurance officer approval of those documents. These requirements are presented in attachment A in the board resolution. The first is the monitoring work plan, which the program already produces annually with some components of the program under a multi-year work plan. The monitoring work plan summarizes the questions to be addressed, the study design, the analytes to be measured, the frequency and location of sampling. Under the old structure, the steering committee would vote to approve the monitoring work plan, but under the new structure, the steering committee recommends the work plan to the board of directors, and the board of directors then approves it and submits it to the regional board for executive officer approval. The data management plan is a high-level summary of how data collected by the program will be managed and will identify how the program will ensure data integrity and provide public accessibility. It will also need to demonstrate program consistency with the State Water Resources Control Board Open Data Resolution number 2018-32. The Quality Assurance Project Plan is another document that the program produces annually and only needs to be approved by the State Water Board or Regional Water Board Quality Assurance Officer, not the executive officer. It provides details on the scope and objectives of data collection and the procedures and types of quality assurance and quality control required to meet these objectives. The Quality Assurance Plan will need to adhere to guidance from both the water boards and EPA. There are always deviations or changes to the Quality Assurance Project Plan. Some of these are relatively minor, while other deviations are major and can impact the monitoring design. There are several other submittal requirements which do not require approvals in attachment A in the board resolution. The annual reporting requirement provides a mechanism to document the challenges that the program encountered, any changes to the monitoring work plan, quality assurance project plan, data management plan, or other project deviations as a result of those challenges. Often in field programs, what was actually done differs from what was planned. So this is a mechanism to document those changes and inform the regional board. It also provides an opportunity to reflect on the challenges and changes and to determine ways to minimize these issues in the future. Next, our quarterly report summarizing the DRMP Board of Director decisions. The Board of Directors already produces written meeting summaries of all of their meetings, so those could fulfill this requirement as long as all decisions are reflected in those meeting summaries. There is a data reporting and access requirement. Annually, the regional board will provide to the RMP a list of relevant water quality metrics that should be used as one way to interpret the data. These can be water quality standards or objectives, health thresholds, triggers, etc. Any relevant parameters that the water boards use to evaluate water quality conditions, or if any public health issues need to be addressed. Since the implementing entity will handle the financial management of the program, we also put in a requirement to provide the regional board with a list of the permittees and contributions to ensure this matches our records and the executive officer approvals for individual entities. The DRMP requested these late revisions to the board resolution. Most of these revisions are to allow more time for data review and data submission. In attachment A of the resolution, section 2C, there was a request to change the amount of time to upload the data to a publicly accessible database from 3 months from the last sampling event date to 6 months. Similarly, in section 7, there was a request to change 45 days to 60 days for both the submission of the preliminary raw data and results and the reporting of exceedances to water quality metrics. Also in section 7, there was a request to change 90 calendar days to 6 months for submission of the data with the quality assurance and other procedures completed as described in the data management plan or the quality assurance project plan. The last request was to remove the sentence in section 3 that lists the water board's quality management plan, since that was creating confusion for the DRMP. We recommend the board adopt the resolution, including these late revisions. And with that, we will take any questions from the board.
Any board member have questions?
I don't have any questions, Dr. Longley, but I would say to her and the team.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Nick, do you have any comments? You and I had a briefing on this.
Yeah, we did have a briefing on this, Dr. Longley. I don't have any new questions or comments. Obviously, that was my first briefing, very informative.
I compliment staff on the work they've done on this. I think this is a very important step forward. Certainly the Delta is heavily impacted, and it'll be a long time before it can be fully into compliance, if ever. And saying that, I'm thinking of the mercury contamination in the Delta, which is, I don't know how we address that. So hearing no further comments from board members, I'll go to the blue cards and start with Debbie Webster.
Thank you, Chair Longley and board members. I'm also here with Mike Wakeman, and if you can also allow him to join. I'm here as representing the Delta RMP as its president of the board, and Mike is here as the Delta RMP's vice president. And I've taken the oath, and I think Mike can speak for himself.
Mike, I was going to call Mike next.
Yes, I have taken the oath also.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Anyways, I'll start off. Just as was mentioned, the Delta RMP nonprofit was formed in April of this year. And since then, we have been working very hard to ensure that the Delta RMP continues to function and to meet its mission, as Selena described, especially in producing objective and cost-effective scientific information critical to understanding the regional water quality conditions and trends in the Delta. One of the major accomplishments that we've completed is that we have continued to, with this transition, and despite many logistical and COVID/drought related challenges, we've continued to monitor during this time and to collect that information. We do agree that by allowing the option for various permittees to participate in the Delta RMP in lieu of individual monitoring provides superior information and science. We recognize that many of the provisions in the draft resolution were aimed at providing important monitoring information to the Regional Water Board and to others in a timely manner. And the Delta RMP is committed to providing this information to the Regional Board and others, that high quality water quality scientific information. As was mentioned, the Delta RMP is and has been a collaborative stakeholder process. And we believe that most of the Delta RMP participants will not see very much of a difference between the old structure and the new structure, because the new structure is very similar in its governance. And we are committed to honor the collaborative stakeholder process that is the heart of the Delta RMP. The Regional Monitoring Board has been an important stakeholder in the RMP, and we can continue to count on their participation. I also wanted to say that the timeframes contained in the resolution, in order to get that information, are very tight. It contains a number of new projects or in expectations, but we will continue to work to provide that high quality scientific information as described in the resolution and the late revisions. And just to let the board know is that besides these items that are in the resolution, we have a number of transitional items that we will also need to address next year. And in most cases, this is going to involve our greater stakeholder community that participates in the RMP, including the steering committee and the TAC. And finally, I just want to thank the regional board for their commitment to this monitoring program. This collaborative effort that doesn't only include regional water monitoring, but includes other state and federal agencies, has been going on, has been in the works for a long time. We appreciate the commitments and efforts, and especially for those that participate in the RMP, and special thanks to the officers of the Delta RMP and our technical program manager, who has spent countless hours to implement the regional monitoring program under this structure. Thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to Mike.
Yeah, Debbie, thank you, Chair Longley, board members. Just a couple brief comments. I'm Mike Wakeman. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Executive Director of San Joaquin County and Delta Water Quality Coalition, and I am currently serving as the Vice President of the newly formed Delta Regional Monitoring Organization. I just wanted to comment on the commitment that the dischargers and I think all the other agencies, including the regional board, have committed to this program. We have put countless hours into forming the new structure, the new entity. Dr. Meredith Howard, I'm sure, gets tired of listening to me a lot, and so does Adam Lapitz. But both Adam Lapitz and Dr. Meredith have been extremely helpful, along with Selena Cole, very instrumental in moving this program forward, as well as a lot of dischargers. The discharge organizations have put countless hours. So the contribution that you see going to the Delta Regional Monitoring Program doesn't account for all the time and effort and resources that the discharge communities and the agencies have put towards this program to make it successful. And I believe that continued partnership is going to move forward in the coming years, and that the program is only going to get better. As we have transitioned to a new agency, we're becoming more efficient, more effective in our monitoring, and really looking to the future to see how to address those needs in the Delta and do the monitoring that is necessary to give us good information on decisions as we go forward. So with that, again, thank you, board members and staff at the regional board for everything they've been doing with the program, and continue to look forward to working with them.
Thank you very much, Mike. Any questions for Debbie or Mike? Well, once again, we appreciate your dedication to the program and putting this organization together. And you know, I think that we are going to be able to continue to effectively formulate solutions to Delta problems. Thank you very much. Next blue card I have is Dr. Deborah Denton.
Good afternoon, Dr. Langley and board members. My name is Deborah Denton. I'm an independent scientist, just recently retired from US EPA, and I was on the TAC since the beginning. And I'm speaking today strictly as a private citizen, and I have taken the oath. I really applaud the leadership of Dr. Meredith Howard and her staff, Selena Cole, on the development of this important draft resolution and attachment A. I just wanted to highlight some language in the attachment. I think it's paramount that the corporation that's generating the data must adhere to the same requirements that other agencies who generate monitoring data. Being held to those same standards and requirements includes the development of the QAP, which they've developed all along since the conception of the Delta RMP, and continue to develop those QAPs with the review and input from the State Water Resources Control Board quality officers. It is important that this newly formed corporation develop and follow that QAP, and any modifications and deviations get approval from the regional board officer. The development of this data management document, the work plan, the annual report deadlines are to be executed in the attachment, and they seem reasonable to me, the timelines. I also think it's important that the regional board is the entity that develops and defines the water quality goals and the water quality metrics. That is their responsibility. In fact, as a reminder, your board's basin plan has a guideline for these metrics, such as using the 1/10 of the lowest LC50 for the water quality metrics. I was a little concerned about extending the time to 60 days, but I think that's reasonable, and I was very encouraged by the positive remarks by Mike and Debbie. So that's really good to hear. Previously, as serving on the TAC for the last so many years, I thought the program was slow to move forward in addressing pesticide values above the toxicity-based metrics, in particular at Lattice Creek site. As we know, this site is an important input to downstream critical fish habitat, the Delta smelt. I'm hopeful, based on the presentation by the staff today, that whenever results are above these metrics, that the regional board actions are to require management plans to be developed and resolve water quality issues identified in these annual reports. I concur with the morning speakers that I heard that the partnerships with the RCDs is key to the success and would be important at Lattice Creek. Therefore, in protecting the public interest, I think it's important to get this attachment adopted today, and to continue to have the accountability in using these public funds, municipality, state, and federal, used in this program to generate high quality data to make quality decisions. Thank you for your staff's time for many, many years on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Denton. Any questions for Dr. Denton? Once again, thank you for your input and for your encouragement for going forward with the resolution. Mindy, do we have any hands up? Bruce Hodeschelt, David Corey, Tessa Fugit, all indicated that they may raise the hand feature if they desire to speak.
Yes, that is correct. I don't have anybody else.
You have nobody else. Thank you very much. What did I hear?
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, huh? Okay.
Dr. Longley, we have a hand raised.
Who is it?
Bruce.
Naturally. Put Bruce on.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Longley. I did want to just respond to Dr. Denton's comment about Ulatis Creek, which is a representative monitoring site in the Sacramento Valley Coalition, and one in which John Curry previously, and as you heard this morning, Kelly Huff with Dixon RCD, along with the coalition, actively manage. We do have a couple of management sites, management plans there related to agricultural inputs for toxicity, and we're working our way through those, which includes a robust outreach and documentation of management practices that are protective of water quality. So I wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Appreciate that. At this point in time, then, the board will now hear any closing remarks from staff. Jean, please unmute staff and prompt them to share their video feed. Oh, you did. Thank you.
I did. Thanks, Dr. Longley. I don't think we have any additional comments.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I really just want to extend my thanks to Debbie Webster and Mike for working with our staff to make this a better project. You know, this represents a transition point for the Delta RMP and evolution in terms of where the board will work with the RMP, the type of organizational structure that the RMP will use. And a lot of staff work went into this. So, you know, you've heard from Dr. Howard, Selena, a lot of hard work went into this document, looking at what wasn't working, what was working with the old forms, and really getting this to the next level. I do want to extend a special thanks to Dr. Denton. You know, many staff have worked with her for many, many years. Just want to extend my thanks for your service with US EPA. We are going to miss you. There's a few huge retirements at US EPA. You're certainly one of them. That you know, it's going to leave some very big shoes to fill. I'm certain capable people will step up, but you know, it's certainly a loss for that agency. But with that, it's my recommendation to move forward with the resolution and to approve the new document.
Very good. Thank you for that, Patrick. The hearing is closed, and as I stated before, and I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved, Dr. Longley.
Nick's moved. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second it, Dr. Longley.
Denise has seconded. Call the roll.
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Aptis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara,
Yes.
and Chair Longley.
Yes. Did I hear a vote by Board Member Yang?
Yes,
And it was yes. Is that correct?
correct.
Good.
Yes, Renee.
Thank you very much. The motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to agenda item 15 on the agenda, the irrigated groundwater protection values. You stick with me 1 minute here.
Eric, you'll be running that?
Yeah, I need to find it first. Okay, agenda item 15, irrigated lands, groundwater protection values. This is an information item only. At this time, the board will hear an update on the irrigated lands regulatory program groundwater protection values. As I stated, this is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions to provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested parties will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We're ready for the presentation.
Eric, are you there? Sorry, I needed to co-host him. My bad.
How about
Okay,
now? Is
Eric.
that coming through? Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, it wasn't letting me unmute myself or share my screen.
My mistake.
No worries. Is that coming through all right?
We can see that and we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Eric Warren. I'm a water resource control engineer out of our Fresno office, and here today to provide an update on the development of groundwater protection values for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. I'll start by providing some context for the groundwater protection values and applicable general order requirements, discuss the relevant submittals to date, highlight some key concerns and public comments received, and then hand off the presentation to Agricultural Coalition representatives who are here to provide some additional details regarding the groundwater protection values. In February of 2018, the State Water Board issued Water Quality Order 2018-0002 in response to a petition of waste discharge requirements for growers in the Eastern San Joaquin River watershed. The order contained targeted changes to the monitoring and reporting requirements, one of which was the development of a groundwater protection formula and subsequent calculation of values and targets for townships within high vulnerability areas. The intent of these changes were to establish target loading rates necessary for growers to achieve compliance with receiving water limitations within the time schedule for compliance specified in the WDRs. The revisions identify 3 key steps in this process, the first of which is the development of a groundwater protection formula. The purpose of the formula is to define a method for estimating the current nitrogen load to groundwater from agricultural lands. The chosen method should reflect variables such as management practices, climate, and land characteristics which influence leaching. Step 2 in this process is to use the formula to calculate leaching estimates, known as groundwater protection values, for townships within high vulnerability areas. The values reflect the current estimated nitrogen loading rate and must be submitted to the board within 6 months from executive officer approval of the formula. Based on the loading estimates, the final step in the process is for coalitions to establish target loading rates that would be necessary to achieve compliance with receiving water. These groundwater protection targets will guide the coalition's groundwater protection strategies moving forward and will be reviewed and revised as necessary every 5 years. They will also be made available for public review and comment prior to executive officer approval. So with this process in mind, I'll now talk about where we are to date. In July of 2020, staff received a proposed groundwater protection formula, which relies on a process-based model known as the Central Valley Soil and Water Assessment Tool, or CV-SWAT for short. The model is used to simulate crop growth, water transport, and ultimately nitrogen leaching under various climate, soil, and management scenarios. Results from thousands of different model runs are compiled into a root zone library that can be used in conjunction with grower reported data to identify an appropriate nitrogen leaching estimate. Field, or in some instances, subfield level results are then aggregated to a single township loading estimate known as the groundwater protection value. The methodology was conditionally approved by the executive officer in January of this year. Before I go on, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the grower reported data mentioned in this process. At the end of each harvest season, growers submit to the coalitions an irrigation and nitrogen management plan summary report containing information about the crops that were grown, the amount of nitrogen applied, yield that was achieved during harvest. In the context of the groundwater protection formula, the coalitions are using the crop type, nitrogen application, and yield data from this report to identify the appropriate modeling scenario to use in developing a leaching estimate. Here is a figure displaying that calculation process. Starting from the left, we have an example township and are focusing in on a single parcel of processing tomatoes. The parcel contains 6 different soil types, each representing a unique growing condition. Based on the nitrogen applied and yield data provided by the grower, 6 unique leaching estimates are found within the root zone library. The results are then acre weighted to produce a single leaching estimate for the parcel and aggregated with other parcels within the township to come up with a total loading estimate or groundwater protection value. As previously mentioned, the methodology for calculating groundwater protection values was conditionally approved in January of this year. In July of this year, we received the results of those calculations in the groundwater protection values report. In total, the automated workflow was executed to create a root zone library based on approximately 75,000 model runs and containing more than 200 million data points. On the left of this slide is the proposed groundwater protection values for 323 townships. Lower estimated loading rates are shown in yellow and transition to dark blue as the estimated rate increases. It should be noted that these values represent current estimated loading from agriculture, not the loading necessary for receiving water limitations to be met. Looking a little closer at the distribution of nitrate loading, this box and whisker diagram shows a median leaching estimate of 33 pounds of nitrogen per acre, with the lower and upper quartiles at 25 pounds per acre and 41 pounds per acre respectively. The report and its underlying data are currently under staff review. The proposed groundwater protection values were made available for public comment and 2 letters were received. In the following slides, I'll highlight some of the concerns raised and provide staff's response to each. The first comment letter received was submitted by Clean Water Action, Community Water Center, and Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. It discussed the accuracy and availability of data used to develop the groundwater protection values, the ability to confirm model results, identification of local community impacts, and sought clarification on the process and timing for updating groundwater protection values. With regard to the data used to develop the groundwater protection values, the commenters recommended a section be added to the groundwater protection values report, identifying data gaps and a work plan and time schedule for addressing them. Table 4 of the report did include a description of data gaps identified, the potential acreage affected, and descriptions on how the gaps were addressed. Staff is currently reviewing the submittal and will work to identify any additional data gaps not addressed in the report, should there be any. The commenters also urged the collection of more site-specific management data from growers in the irrigation and nitrogen management plan summary reports. This was mainly a timing issue, as the new reports were not required for all coalitions at the time of model development. It is possible that additional site-specific management practice data may be incorporated into future updates to the groundwater protection values if needed. The second comment provided by the group centered around the ability to independently confirm the results of the modeling effort. Staff shared these same concerns during review of the groundwater protection formula, and as a result, the conditional approval required the comparisons between estimates produced by the CV SWAT model, available literature, and alternative models such as Hydrus. Results of these comparisons were provided in the report and appear to indicate close agreement between CV SWAT and alternative sources of nitrogen leaching estimates. An additional concern raised by the commenters was that township scale groundwater protection values will reduce the ability to identify local impacts. As previously mentioned, the requirements for developing groundwater protection targets were laid out by the state board in a presidential review of the East San Joaquin General Order, and were focused on township scale loading. While staff agreed that local community impacts are a concern in the region, other elements of the Irrigated Lands Program, such as CV SALT's early action plans, were specifically designed to address this issue. It is possible, however, that the results of the groundwater protection value calculations may have utility in supporting these efforts. The group's final comment addressed the process and timing for updating groundwater protection values. The general order's language does include a requirement to update the groundwater protection targets every 5 years. However, the specific language developed by State Board was silent on whether the groundwater protection values also needed updating. It is staff's position that appropriate targets cannot be developed without up-to-date loading estimates. We will be working with the coalitions and interested parties to clarify expectations for the groundwater protection target update process moving forward. A second comment letter was received from the Environmental Law Foundation, which discussed the transparency and public accessibility of the field-specific data used to develop the root zone library. It is their opinion that this data, as a component of the value calculation process, should be made available to the public. As a result of the State Board decision referenced throughout this presentation, field-specific information is currently reported to the regional board in a manner which maintains the confidentiality of grower data. In the context of groundwater protection value development, this creates an issue for interested parties who may want to directly reproduce the model outputs. In review of the groundwater protection formula, staff worked with the coalition groups to identify additional information and alternative approaches that could be used to confirm the model is producing valid nitrogen loading estimates. As a result, the formula's conditional approval identified a number of elements that needed to be provided in the groundwater protection values report. This included defining and identifying the specific model parameters used, conducting a sensitivity analysis to determine which parameters were exhibiting the largest influence on nitrogen loss, a summary for each model domain describing the range of nitrogen losses for the top 5 crops, water budget and nitrogen mass balance for each township, and comparisons to available literature estimates and alternative transport models such as Hydrus. Now I will hand off the presentation to Tess Dunham and Ken Miller, who are here to provide you some additional details regarding the proposed groundwater protection values on behalf of Central Valley Agricultural Water Quality Coalitions, and the
Eric,
project's technical consultant, Formation Environmental.
before you do that handoff, as I looked at your slides, it appeared to me that what you're really modeling is vertical transport to the bottom of the root zone. Is that correct or wrong?
That is correct.
That's correct.
So that if you're looking at impact on other locations, whether it be communities or other fields or whatever, this would have to be used in conjunction with a groundwater transport model. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you very much.
And I was going to pause at this point if there's any additional questions by board members.
Any other questions by board members?
Not at this time, Dr. Longley, but I thank Eric for the report.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yes.
We sure can.
Great. Thank you, Chair Longley and members of the board for your time this afternoon. Myself and Tess Dunham will provide a little bit more information to complement Eric's presentation with respect to what was submitted as part of the groundwater protection values report on July 19th of this year. One thing that I wanted to review with you all was kind of the level of detail in which we provide groundwater protection values for each groundwater protection township. We do try to be comprehensive in our reporting to provide transparency and understanding in what it is that we are reporting. And so what I would like to do is just walk through an example township summary table that we provide for each township that we've reported on. And my goal here is not to get necessarily lost in the weeds or to overwhelm you all with a lot of data, but to rather stay at a somewhat high level and just illustrate the information that is available to you all upon review. So specifically, the summary tables start out with illustrating the relationship between what has been reported in the INMP and NMP data and how that compares to what was actually simulated in CV SWAT. As Eric described, the grower reported data are integral to this process and really drive the development of the groundwater protection values. And so what we try to do here is just demonstrate with respect to the amount of applied nitrogen that was reported and the amount of nitrogen that was reported to be removed, which is crop specific and dependent on yield. And to capture that information within the CV SWAT framework. So on the left column, we have different variables. The next column would be INMP and NMP information, and then next to that would be the CV SWAT information. And so users can compare application rates, nitrogen removal rates, and resulting nitrogen balance rates, which are A-R values. And all this information is provided on a kind of total township basis in terms of total pounds or total mass, as well as an acre weighted average pounds per acre basis. And again, this is really kind of the fundamental piece that helps drive the development of the values themselves. Once we move into the actual CV SWAT and budget components, you'll notice that there's no more information with respect to the INMP data column, and that's because all of this information is now coming from CV SWAT. CV SWAT was selected as the main vehicle for the formula because it is a process-based model and considers major components of the nitrogen cycle, and so we can document what is happening in those different components and quantify them. And so specifically, we report the various N pathways that can occur outside of nitrogen removed, of course, and that can include runoff and lateral flow, gaseous loss through denitrification and ammonia volatilization, storage of nitrogen in perennial tissue and woody biomass, as well as any potential change in soil organic nitrogen that result as a function of crop management and soil characteristics. And again, all of that information is provided on a total township basis as well as an acre weighted basis. In addition, of course, we have the nitrate leaching estimate as well. And we compare that leaching estimate to the A-R balance to kind of give a feeling for how much of that A-R was actually simulated to leach as an additional kind of comparison or check on our leaching estimates. And so that would concludes kind of the nitrogen budget components that are supplied. And then we also supply the water budget components as well, coming from CV SWAT. And this includes water inputs from precipitation and irrigation, and water outputs through crop transpiration and evaporation from the soil surface, total percolation below the root zone, as well as any surface runoff and lateral flow that may occur. And again, this is provided on a total township and an acre weighted basis. And with this water information, what we're able to then do is to not only supply a mass of nitrate that is leached, but also report a concentration of a nitrate in leachate for that township. So in this case, being 34 ppm was estimated to be transmitted past the bottom of the root zone. And so again, all of this information is available for each township for which we've developed a value and is presented in the report for all to review. Eric also mentioned that the regional board requested that we do a comparison of CV SWAT estimates to other estimates. And really the goal there is to try to understand the level of consistency in these estimates that occur across different methodologies, right? And so where can we get other estimates of N leaching? Well, of course, there's the scientific literature, and then there's also other models that we can run as well. And so we did comparisons for kind of both estimate sources. And with respect to literature, we did source Central Valley specific work, field studies carried out in Madera County and Kern County, and look specifically at almond fields, pistachio fields, and potato fields. And I'll talk a little bit more about those comparisons in the next slide. And then we also did a comparison to the Hydrus 2D, 3D model, which is another model commonly used to simulate vertical transport in the soil root zone. With respect to the Central Valley literature comparison, we went about this two different ways. And the first way would be essentially substituting the information in the literature with NMP data and going through the exact same workflow that we implemented for calculating values. And so essentially what that means is take from the literature the reported crop. We know something about the location and therefore soil and climate. Take the applied nitrogen information and the yield information and go into the root zone library to pull the most relevant CV SWAT run. And from there, we can look at CV SWAT's N load estimate and compare that against what the literature had also reported. And so on the right-hand side, I do have an excerpt from the report that shows the N lost for almond and pistachio fields in particular. With on the y-axis, you have the N lost as reported in the literature, and on the x-axis, you have the N lost estimated in the root zone library. And now that red one-to-one line that goes diagonally through the graph is there to kind of visually orient the viewer with how good the matches are. And so simply put, the closer the data points are to the red line, the better the match is. And what you can see in this graph is that, across the entire range of N lost in the reported literature, which was, going down to less than 40 pounds per acre and up to almost 120 pounds per acre, the CV SWAT root zone library estimates were really consistent. And so this was obviously very encouraging, but not necessarily a surprise given the fact that these sorts of literature helped guide our calibration and model development processes. But that said, it is encouraging to go through the process objectively at the end and still come up with a very comparable result. And so that's kind of the moral of this graph here. I don't have the data for the potato study, I didn't want to overwhelm folks with too much information. But in a nutshell, the potato was comparable. to this, and if not, actually maybe a little bit more conservative in that the root zone library tended to have higher estimates of end loading than what was reported in the literature. With respect to potato, we did do some specific SWAT model runs where we actually modified our management to line up almost identically with what was reported from the field studies. And in those cases as well, there was a very good agreement between the two estimates. And all that information is presented in the report for those who are interested in looking a little bit further into it. Regarding the model to model comparison, the idea here was to essentially try to mimic to the extent that we can what we did with CV SWAT in another modeling framework. And so by using Hydrus 2D, 3D, we can kind of get not exactly an apples to apples comparison because they're different models, but we can see how another model may predict nitrate leaching given the same kind of setup. And so what we did was we selected a specific crop. We looked at processing tomato. We simulated processing tomato on 4 representative soils in representative climates. And we used identical management in terms of irrigation application rates and timing, fertilizer rates and timing in both models. Now, the reason I put crop in quotes here is just because these two models are different and they reflect reality in different ways. And so SWAT having an explicit crop model where the crop actually grows as a function of solar radiation and water and nutrient uptake is just a little bit different than how Hydrus handles it. I'm not saying just leaving it at that they do handle these things a little bit differently. But what the graph on the right does show is that within the growing season, we do see really good agreement between Hydrus and SWAT. You can see the box plots, which show the distribution of annual leaching estimates across the 4 different soil types, and the different colors represent the different models. And those red dots are the 30-year average for a model simulation. And so again, these are 2 different models that are can handle kind of the same sort of simulations, tend to have different strengths and weaknesses, but in this instance, tend to have really good agreement in terms of loading in these soils under these specific management scenarios. And so that kind of concludes or a brief overview of what we have provided in terms of the comparisons. There is more information and data presented within the report. And of course, we're happy to field any questions folks may have. And I can pass over now to Tess Dunham to talk a little bit about the targets process.
Thank you, Ken. And Tess Dunham, Consoys and Conway here. I've been working with the 13 coalitions that submitted the Groundwater Protection Values Report, helping to facilitate the work that has been done by the Formation Environmental Team and in working with regional board staff, as well as others on this process. And I just want to provide just a quick note with respect to the next step. As we all may recall, the groundwater protection program is 3 separate steps. There was the development of the formula, then there was the calculation of the values from the formula, which is that look at what are we, what is happening today, that vertical transport at the root zone, as you indicated, Chair Longley. And then the next step is the targets, and the targets being, okay, if we know where we're at now on the land surface with respect to what our potential loading is below the root zone, what then is actually, making it to groundwater and, tying it with that, groundwater transport model. So with the targets, we take it to the next step and we start looking below the root zone to determine how we're going to calculate targets for making sure we're protecting receiving waters into the long run. So we are in that process. The groundwater protection township targets are due to you all within 1 year of our submittal of the Groundwater Protection Values Report, which means that it will be due on July 19th of 2022. We currently have been working with Dr. Thomas Harder and his team and the NP-SAT model to discuss a potential way that we would be able to utilize the NP-SAT in the development and calculation of the groundwater protection targets. We are close to concluding how that process may go forward. And it is our intent to probably within the next 3 to 4 weeks, come to your staff with a proposed approach for calculating groundwater protection targets. Although this is not required as part of the irrigated lands orders, we think it's a very prudent measure that we first talk with your staff as to what that process would be in advance of us moving forward with that. And then, of course, upon conversations and getting feedback with the regional board, we fully intend to also then talk about that process with our environmental justice stakeholder friends that we've been working with on ILRP issues for a number of years. So we will be doing that also within the next 4 to 8 weeks as we get those steps going. And then once we have that, we will, get the input from everybody, and then we will move forward with, basically doing what we need to do to calculate targets so we can make sure that they are submitted timely of July 19th of next year. And, we do anticipate that the targets will be a phased process. And of course, they have to be updated once every 5 years. So this first 5 years, and then again in 2027 would be the next time. And we'll have a lot more information in 2027 than we do now with groundwater sustainability plans, management zones, and all of the work that's happening in this area throughout California. So just a little bit of a peek into the targets as to where we're currently at and the forthcoming process in working with your staff and EJ stakeholders on the next step of this program. And with that, we will take questions.
Well, Tess, just a question for whoever wants to take it. Moving forward to this within the quality assurance program that I'm sure is associated with it, what kind of measures are going to be taken to be continually assessing both accuracy and sensitivity of the model? It's going to be used presumably on a very wide area, tremendous amount of different soils and operating conditions. And that's my concern, is that it may be adequate for the parameters that have been used with it so far, but going down the road, it may have other input parameters. And so I'm curious about the QA/QC that's associated with that.
Well, maybe I'll start it and then I'll bump over to Ken. And for clarification, Dr. Longley, we've talked about lots of different models. You're referring to CV SWAT and the use of that.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, for calculation of groundwater protection values. As Eric indicated in his presentation, while there's nothing specific in the irrigated lands program about updating those groundwater protection values, we fully anticipate and expect and plan to update groundwater protection values on a 5-year increment as we do with targets, because you have to, right? We're not going to be able to continually to update our targets without updating our groundwater protection values. I would then anticipate with each of those updates, we will again reevaluate, right? We'll have more data from our growers. We'll have additional reported INMP data, summary reports, and with each 5-year update, we will continue to evaluate the data and information that we've used within CV SWAT. Yeah, well, me and SALT, Dr. Longley, I'm right there with you. And we will continue to update the information, evaluate the efficacy, the land use. With the root zone library, does the root zone library need to be expanded because we have new crops or new changes in management, right? So we do anticipate that would happen on this incremental basis with each 5-year update. Then Ken, I'll look to you for anything more specific on the QA/QC component of it that Dr. Longley mentioned.
Yeah, sure. So one thing worth mentioning is that the framework that we've developed does lend itself to adjustments in the future, as Tess mentioned, and that could be with respect to management practices, specific crops, or the way in which we calibrate the crop models themselves. In terms of climate and soil, we've kind of gone out and gotten the most detailed information we can. And of course, there's room to improve that information, but it is really kind of state of the art in terms of what's available for kind of Central Valley scale. Now we are working with folks over at UC Davis and partnering with them on a series of field trials where we're actually looking at kind of collecting field measurements of water and nitrate transport through the soil profile. And that sort of information can help inform, just like we've done with the literature comparison here, it can help kind of inform how our modeling is representing reality, and if further adjustments need to be made. One of the pros of this approach is by using a physically based model, it's, we do believe that by setting up, providing the best available information that we have in terms of model inputs, that what the model comes up with on the other end is by nature a reasonable estimate. So we feel we're good where we are, and then there is that room for improvement as we collect more information.
You haven't really gotten to my question. You talked about a reasonable estimate. How do you determine it's a reasonable estimate? That's part of your QA/QC, I would think.
Yes. Well, I would say that part of that determination is handled in the comparison that we just presented, where we do have scientific literature reporting estimates, and where we have that information.
But that's static. You need an ongoing assessment of your values as you move forward.
Yes. And as I've mentioned, we are working with UC Davis to continue to collect information, and as other projects continue to develop information, we can integrate that into our workflow.
Okay, that I won't beat that anymore, but it'll be an ongoing concern of mine. Second question though, is this is focused on nitrogen. Is this model amenable to salt movement?
Yes. The short answer is yes. A salinity module has been developed by some researchers in Colorado, and we've explored that module and are looking into different ways that could be applied. It does handle salt specific ions and a series of chemical reactions between those ions through the soil profile as well as in surface waters.
Is that the CSU model you're talking about?
No, it's actually, that's right. Yeah, exactly. It's the Colorado model. Exactly.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
So question on the model, is the model, for lack of a better way of describing, is it proprietary or is it sort of an open book model? Does the public get to look under the hood on assumptions and that are sort of plugged into the model?
Mm-hmm. So SWAT, the Soil and Water Assessment Tool, is a publicly available model. It was developed by the USDA Ag Research Service. So that's available. And then also as part of the documentation of the values, we provided all of the input information that we use to set up the model. And that includes management parameters, crop model parameters, sources for our soil and climate data. So that information is documented in the report.
All right. Thanks,
but just to put a fine note on it though, board member Avdis, the grower field level information to which the values are calculated from and aggregated at the township level is not open, and is currently protected under the terms of the ESJ order. So I just want to make sure that you understand that distinction between what the information Ken is talking about and the underlying, field level grower nitrate application and yield information.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Any further questions from board members? Hearing none, I have a question for Mindy. Does anybody have a raised hand? I have three folks here: Bruce Hodeschelt, David Corey, and Nathaniel Kane. All have clicked that they will raise the hand feature if they desire to speak.
I do see a hand raised. Mr. Kane, I'll ask to unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Great. My name is Nathaniel Kane. I am the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation. We've been involved in the development of ILRP and especially the ESJ order for quite a few years. First, I want to extend my thanks to the coalition staff and consultants for producing these reports. They're obviously an enormous amount of work to prepare. It's very detailed. And I also want to thank state and regional board staff for being very available during this process for questions from groups like mine. But I do want to make the point that, as Tess just said, this report fundamentally relies on secret data. When the state board in 2018 adopted the ESJ program, which contained that confidentiality requirement, this groundwater protection process hadn't obviously begun yet. But what the coalitions have done is really rely on this detailed field level data, which is not available to the public. And I think that's the right choice. It should rely on that field level data and be as detailed as possible. But the fact is that data doesn't include acreage, location info, or the location of management practices. That's all secret. And when the state board adopted this order, it announced an intention to revisit that confidentiality. And I believe a direction to the regional board to revisit those confidentiality provisions if that data should become necessary later. And I think we've reached that point. I think we have now a model that is essentially a black box that has an output that is very detailed and potentially useful, but it rests on a secret foundation. And the non-point source policy requires that the public and the regional board be able to verify this feedback mechanism to ensure that the program is working. And by working, the program says that it has to be able to show that individual growers are meeting their receiving water limitations. And that monitoring programs need to be reproducible and available to the public. And that's simply not the case with this process. So I really think that the regional board should take a very close look at the secret data issue here. And in my opinion, it does not comply with the non-point source policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir. And that, in a sense, gets back to my QA/QC issue. And I think that you might look at an independent way of verifying your model. Then I think that would lend value to it down the road. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Does anybody?
I'd like to ask Mr. Kane a question. So thank you for those comments. Mr. Kane, can you elaborate a little bit so I understand, what you see if, parcel specific data was available? What does that provide to you or the public? You may be on mute if you're speaking.
You may unmute.
There we go. Sorry. No, it's a very good question. I think for one point is the ability to drill down on specific local data near particular particular communities of concern where there's elevated nitrate, potential hotspots within a township, because a township is 6 miles by 6 miles. That's a pretty big area. So the ability to get a lot more specific with local conditions is one thing. And then the ability to run these numbers, to have the public run the numbers itself and make sure that these calculations are done right. And these models are incredibly detailed. They rely on assumptions to see if different assumptions get us to different places. And I think that the non-point source policy is clear that the public has a right to this data to do that, to ask those kind of questions and get answers.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Dunham, I'd like to ask you to respond to that, please. Would you care to provide a response?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would like to respond, and then Nat knows exactly what I'm going to say, as I knew what he was going to say. But we disagree, obviously, with Mr. Kane that the field level data is necessary. And in fact, during the process of the adoption of the East San Joaquin order, Dr. Harder himself testified that field level data and information really isn't that informative with respect to determining groundwater impacts, even on a localized level. And that township was probably as small of a scale that you could really have any meaningful information with respect to groundwater impacts. I think it's also important to note that the point that Mr. Kane is making with respect to what does the non-point source policy require or not require is currently in litigation. And in fact, at the Sacramento Superior Court level, Mr. Kane's arguments were, fairly summarily rejected by the Sacramento Superior Court, saying that the individual information was not necessary and not required to be put forward under the non-point source policy, and that the state board was able to make the findings that it did and was supported by evidence on the record. That is currently on appeal. Mr. Kane's opening brief will be due to all of us, I believe, next week. He should be working on it, Nat, right now. And then, of course, we'll have responsive briefs and we'll be moving forward. But I will imagine we'll all have some appellate decision with respect to this issue sometime within the next year. So I just think it's important for Member Abdis that you understand that this is an issue that is currently in litigation.
I appreciate that. So it appears that court will obviously make a determination on this specific issue, but in the meantime, that issue doesn't obviously impede progressing down the path that we're going down as it relates to this effort currently and development of this process and the ultimate groundwater protection values. So I guess more to come on that. So thanks to both of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further questions by board members?
I'd just like to say to Nate Kane, I appreciate him bringing that question up. And so far, the report that's been going on so far. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I appreciate all the information that's been shared and discussed so far.
Thank you very much. Any further comments by board members? If not, I take it, Mindy, that there are no other persons wishing to comment. Interested persons wishing to comment, is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. Thank all of you. That was a very important report, I believe. And I think we're going to hear a lot more about it. I have a lot more questions as we go down the road, certainly. But we'll move on to agenda item number 13. Let me find it. And agenda item 13 is the status of the draft general waste discharge requirements for mid-sized municipal wastewater treatment plants. This is an informational item only. At this time, the board will hear a status update on the draft general waste discharge requirements for mid-sized municipal wastewater treatment plants. As I stated, this is an information item only, and consequently, no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. Ready for the board presentation?
1 second. Hang on.
Carl, I'm
F5.
just double checking that's your intent to do item number 12 last before or after item number 13.
Yes, I see I skipped it, but we're on a roll here, so let's keep going.
All right.
All right. Everybody ready?
Ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. I'm Eric Rapport, a senior engineering geologist specialist with our Reading office WDR's program, and I'll brief you on our efforts to draft a general order for mid-sized municipal wastewater treatment plants that discharge to land in the Central Valley region. Oh, great. I will cover information regarding the use of general orders, background for this general order, case examples, permit approach, other permit issues and discussion, and a time frame to complete a final draft for your consideration. Pursuant to the California Water Code, Section 13263I, a regional board can prescribe general orders for a category of discharges if all of the following criteria apply. The discharges result from the same or similar operations. The discharges involve the same or similar types of waste. The discharges require the same or similar treatment standards, and the discharges are more appropriately regulated under general rather than individual requirements. A general order would benefit both staff and dischargers with more efficient permit reviews and updates than practically feasible with individual waste discharge requirements. Regulation is more consistent, acknowledging similarities among dischargers. Efficient permit updates generally results in better environmental outcomes. Staff are drafting this general order for waste discharge, for wastewater treatment plants with design flows from 100,000 to 1 million gallons per day. We define plants in this range as mid-size because State Board has an available general order for small plants with design flows of 10,000 to 100,000 gallons per day. And plants larger than 1 million gallons per day might be more appropriate for individual waste discharge requirements. Our region has about 120 mid-sized wastewater treatment plants that treat domestic strength wastewater and discharge to land. Most are under individual waste discharge requirements that await update. Dependent on threats to water quality, our program targets permit revisions on 5, 10, and 15-year cycles. This general order should help staff meet these targets. The draft general order is among 3 in progress. The Rancho Cordova office is drafting a general order for nut and seed drying operations, and the Fresno office is drafting a general order for food processors. This map shows Central Valley mid-sized municipal wastewater treatment plants that discharge to land. Physical settings are diverse with broadly ranging soil textures, depths to water table and bedrock, groundwater chemistry, and aquifer conditions. Typical average design flow is about 300,000 gallons per day, and most of them are in the San Joaquin River and Tularia Lake basins. Most facilities are public utilities, community service districts, correctional and healthcare institutions, parks and recreation areas, and airports. Most are pond systems with overall similar treatment and waste discharge methods. These facilities discharge to land and can affect underlying groundwater quality. We regulate them to ensure that water quality degradation is consistent with our policies and does not exceed water quality objectives. This slide shows, for example, wastewater treatment plants that this general order might cover. Their design flows range from 105 to 400,000 gallons per day. Operation, waste type, and treatment standards are very similar. Domestic strength wastewater undergoes physical settling, aeration to promote biological treatment, and then discharges to percolation ponds under similar effluent and groundwater limits. While treatment and discharge processes are similar, physical settings are nonetheless diverse. Depth to shallowest groundwater ranges from 6 to 285 feet below grade surface. Groundwater quality varies from poor to good, with local issues due to nitrate, total dissolved solids, boron, and sulfate. Groundwater depth and chemistry vary in these examples due to location-specific conditions. Subsoil depths and thicknesses, basin margin groundwater sources, surrounding agricultural pollutants, and upward flowing deep saline groundwater. We are designing the general order to account for location-specific conditions, yet still provide a unified, consistent approach to protect water quality and regulate discharges. Based on the preceding slide, for this general order to succeed, staff will need to first confirm whether California Water Code Section 13263I applies to our mid-sized facilities, then develop a practical means to ensure that notices of applicability will protect water quality and public health, given the diverse hydrogeology of our region. We began this project in 2017, and our initial approach was straightforward. First, we inventoried wastewater treatment plants within scope. we subdivided the list into 4 groups by design flow and sorted those by threat and complexity ratings. We chose an initial short list from the Fresno, Sacramento, and Redding office jurisdictions, about 10% of plants per office, representative of the 4 groups and site settings. We adjusted our list based on a preliminary quality check. Few cases had rescinded waste discharge requirements and other issues. From our final list, we compiled information in detail from waste discharge requirements: permit adoption date, site setting, design flow, source water chemistry, wastewater treatment and disinfection, biosolids management, waste discharge method, and effluent and groundwater limits. Most wastewater treatment plants are generally similar to the 4 case examples in the previous slide, with waste discharges to either percolation ponds or land application areas. While hydrogeological conditions are diverse, effluent and groundwater limits are consistent. Our review supports a general order. We also obtained useful information from another region. In 2020, Region 3 approved a general order for wastewater treatment plants similar in scope to this project. We incorporated portions of the Region 3 general order into our findings, and we next composed a working draft, drawing largely from recent individual waste discharge requirements and the State Board General Order for small domestic wastewater treatment plants, which focuses on treatment system types as categories. To further focus on the diverse hydrogeology, we also drafted companion guidance documents, a template notice of applicability, and an internal technical memo to help target monitoring and reporting programs on local threats to shallowest hydraulically unconfined groundwater, that is groundwater potentially vulnerable to pollution and vertical recharge. Our approach generally considers subregions within the Central Valley. The general order will set requirements for different categories of site conditions within subregions. For example, at a wastewater treatment plant in the western San Joaquin Valley with a deep water table and limited vulnerability from downward migrating pollution, the general order might not require or may not require monitoring wells. For other wastewater treatment plants within portions of the Central Valley floor with more vulnerable shallow water tables and poor surrounding groundwater quality, the general order may require monitoring wells. For wastewater treatment plants near water supply wells, the general order may require additional targeted monitoring to protect those wells. In 2019, State Board approved the proposed Region 5 Basin Plan amendments for CV salts for the control of salinity and nitrate discharges. We are developing draft text to consistently implement CV salts amendments. Earlier this year, we invited the Central Valley Clean Water Association, or CVICWA, to review a working draft. CVICWA represents many of our wastewater treatment plant operators and regularly participates in regulatory discussions regarding wastewater treatment plants. We are now compiling and addressing CVICWA's informal comments. We will also provide opportunity for public comments from other stakeholders and interested parties. And as with most projects, COVID-19 has affected our progress. Assuming no major changes in project scope moving forward, we anticipate a draft permit for your consideration mid to late 2022. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and may I answer any questions?
Any questions from board members? I do appreciate you developing this project because certainly these are not the threat as typically as our large discharges are. And if we can get the same or enhanced water quality value out of them with this program, there will be a saving certainly in resources we can put elsewhere where we need it. So good work, appreciate it. We're looking forward to hearing more about it next year. Any questions from board members?
Not at this time. Thank you, Eric, for the report.
Good report, Eric. Thank you very much. We'll move on then after a 10-minute break. Thank you. Be back here 10 after 3.
Carrie, you here? Yeah, I was just confirming I would control your presentation.
Yes, yes, if you don't mind. I think I uploaded a relatively new version. I don't know what time this morning.
I have it. Yeah, we're all set.
I'm battling a pretty good cold right now, so I just want this to be over.
Yikes.
Yeah, I'm like, really? Stop something. But yeah, I'll as I'm going through, I'll say next slide. The slides are numbered. I do anticipate some questions at the end, so hopefully they'll reference the slide, and if you could navigate, that would be awesome.
Sounds good.
I keep thinking I should go into the office and bring home monitors, but then I don't ever actually do it. So. What time are they having us come back? Do you know?
I think just a couple minutes.
3:10.
10 minutes. Dr. Longley's chair in the meadow looks inviting.
All of these backgrounds do.
Okay, folks, we're back in session. On agenda item 12, enforcement program. At this time, the board will hear a status update on the regional board's enforcement program. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. Carrie, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. You guys hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Carrie Holmes. I'm a supervising engineer in the Rancho Cordova office. I'm also the enforcement program manager for the Central Valley Region's 3 offices. I've been with the water boards for about 17 years, working in programs such as financial assistance, water rights, permitting, and currently enforcement. I've been the enforcement program manager for the past 1.5 years or so, which started around the beginning of the pandemic stay-at-home order. So it's been a lot of interesting fun. Today, I will provide a brief update of the Central Valley's enforcement program for the board. Next slide, please, Jean. So the topics I'd like to walk through include last year's achievements, this current fiscal year's enforcement goals, Central Valley Enforcement Corp program priorities, as well as some additional priorities. As I walk through this presentation, please feel free to interrupt and ask me questions about the program, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. I know this is going to be a lot of information, especially for the new board members. Next slide. Okay, so let's take a look at the Central Valley Region's enforcement program success in the last year. Next slide. So historically, the compliance and enforcement program establishes inspection targets or goals for each fiscal year. Inspections include a physical inspection of the site, as well as documentation that demonstrates compliance and/or violations of water board orders. Inspections are an integral step in achieving compliance with facilities regulated by the water board. So in my experience, I found that the more regional board staff presence in the field we can maintain, the better overall compliance with permit enrollment and requirements we have. I'll briefly walk through the core program's inspection achievements for last year. As you can see, we made or exceeded targets for all of our programs listed here, except for MPDS wastewater and landfill inspections. So for MPDS wastewater facilities that discharge, if you don't know, MPDS wastewater facilities are facilities that discharge treated wastewater to a surface water. But they can also include groundwater cleanup treatment system, but the region mostly met our goals. As you can see, there was a little bit of a shift in what we thought we would do as far as major versus minor. But let me explain a little bit about that. So a major facility is defined as discharging more than 1 million gallons per day. It was difficult last year to inspect major facilities at the beginning of the coronavirus and the stay-at-home orders, mostly because of comfort regarding inspections at wastewater treatment facilities. You know, they knew the viruses were going to obviously be on site, and we didn't really know what adequate protections we had needed at the time. I think we've moved past that, and you know, I anticipate this being less of an issue and meeting inspection targets moving forward. For landfill inspections, the target fell short primarily due to hesitancy with physical field inspections toward the beginning of the stay-at-home orders. But I think now, again, we're finding that things are pretty much getting back to normal, and we're able to implement social distancing and other measures that, you know, keep us protected. So folks are more comfortable with in-person inspections. Overall, though, the Central Valley Water Board, I mean, we have a dedicated and hardworking enforcement team. Overall, if you were to look at the breakdown, we actually achieved 112% of our total inspection goals overall for the last year. Next slide. Inspections during the past year and a half have been challenging, to say the least, as I mentioned, with the pandemic. Battling a little bit of a cold, so I have to take a couple breaks. Apologies. So the staff had to adapt to strict safety protocols and updates to really ever-changing pandemic guidance as they scheduled inspections. It took additional time to coordinate inspections due to different protocols, among municipalities. Resources have been a factor, as well as group inspections, because multiple vehicles were required for field work due to social distancing protocols. And then, personal protection equipment, which we've always used and been aware of, has increased. So things like masks and sanitary wipes are now used on a regular basis. I think at this point, they've become pretty commonplace and kind of routine. So I think we're doing well with that. Central Valley Region staff have also conducted desktop inspections in which we request documents from dischargers and board staff can do much of the compliance evaluation from their office. The review consists of viewing current standard operating procedures, confirmation of laboratory results that they have submitted to the regional board in the past, an inspection of the facility's recent work orders, just to name a few. There's a lot that goes into an inspection, but those are some primary examples. Staff then typically go into the field and conclude the inspection with an in-person walkthrough at the facility prior to finalizing the inspection report. Now, State Board has been working on a more formalized virtual inspection process as a result of the pandemic. That will likely have an option to conduct the walkthrough of a facility's inspection via live streaming, maybe from the discharger's phone or computer. So we are tracking progress on that effort with State Board to see if it may be a good alternative or a good fit for the Central Valley region. And it might be program dependent to some extent, but we're definitely involved and interested. Next slide. Here's a look at the number of statewide inspections conducted by each region last year. As you can see, Region 5 led the number of inspections completed for the regions overall last year. I mean, that's pretty typical. We are the largest region, but we completed 1,570 inspections, which was about 134 inspections above our goal. So, even in light of the pandemic and other obstacles, I think the Central Valley enforcement team and staff, they did a tremendous job in kind of arranging inspections and coordinating to the best of their ability to do their job. And, with the dischargers, of course, they were working together and they found a way to make it happen. So I think overall last year we did really well with what we were working with.
I do want to interrupt for 1 second and just let board members reflect on this number is truly extraordinary, especially in the middle of a global pandemic. Region 4 and Region 8 have higher numbers than the other regions because they can do a series of stormwater inspections in clusters that we aren't necessarily able to do. So if you take that into account, it's truly head and shoulders above the other regions, both the workload, and the achievements that we've had during the pandemic. And a lot of credit goes out to staff for getting the job done.
Just for the new board members information, Region 4 is the LA region, Los Angeles region. Region 8 is just south of them, Orange County area, Inland Empire, and so forth. As Patrick was pointing out, they have certain advantages when it comes to stormwater, and they always rack up big numbers when it comes to the stormwater side.
But not only that, they don't have to travel 152, 300 miles to get to a part of the region.
Exactly.
That's one of the, well, excuse me for digressing, but when we have meetings, we have to set up for board members travel in or staying overnight. Board members in Region 4 and Region 8 don't stay overnight for board meetings. They're all within a short driving distance.
No, exactly. I think, you know, and you'll hear a little bit more from Angela in a few, but, you know, it's rare that you'll have more than a few hours drive. Can we get that started back up?
Not sure why that stopped.
But you know, the inspections from the Central Valley, exactly like you're talking about, Denise, some of those facilities, you're a 4-hour drive there and a 4-hour drive back. And that's something that we wrestle with, but I think Carrie's done an excellent job and our inspectors have done an excellent job still getting out there and doing what they need to do.
Yeah, and I mean, since you brought it up, I'd like to point out that because of the large region, the large geographical area we actually cover, we help each other out amongst the 3 offices. So there's been a lot of collaboration between offices to try to get resources out in the field where it makes sense and where they can kind of duplicate their efforts if they're out there in the area for another reason. So we really have been working on that quite a bit. All right, I think you are on the next slide. So Region 5 enforcement actions. I'm going to discuss the enforcement actions accomplished last fiscal year. I just want to kind of point out, I know there are new board members and I know there's a lot to digest here. I'll give you options towards the end as far as getting together and doing maybe some one-on-one briefings. But just quickly, so minor enforcement actions are completed by regional board staff. They usually consult with their senior and sometimes their supervisor if it's kind of a known discharger that has had repeated issues in the past. But we pretty much start with notices of violations. We call them NOVs. And those NOVs clearly state what the violation is of their permit or order, how it was determined, and we quote the section of the water board order that was violated. Typically, these notices require that the discharger submit a report by a certain date to show that they've come back into compliance, which most of the time it ends in success and no further enforcement is necessary. And you'll kind of see that by the numbers that are outlined in this table. Another type of minor enforcement is notices of non-compliance. These are typically written by stormwater program staff for permittees that don't submit their annual reports as required by stormwater general permits. Unfortunately, this is a common occurrence that we've been kind of working on grappling with as well as other regions in the state board, but we've had a lot of progress. So talk about that a little bit more in later slides. And then 13267 orders are also considered a minor enforcement. These are written by staff, but they have to be signed by the assistant executive officer. These orders are generally used if the discharger has not voluntarily complied with a previous friendly request. Friendly could be an email correspondence with your, project manager, village regional board or an NOV. I consider those pretty friendly. They're just a reminder, hey, you might want to look at something that's not, not in compliance with your permit. So these orders, the 13267 orders, can only be used to require dischargers to submit a technical report. They can't actually require a discharger to do additional work. So that's just something to kind of note. And again, I'm happy to talk about these things in depth with board members in the future. So dischargers generally come back into compliance after the issuance of minor enforcement actions. NOVs, after NOVs, we typically see a response and a correction of their issue of compliance. But when violations continue, we may pursue a major enforcement action, which is referred to as progressive enforcement. We start with minor and then we kind of go to major if we have to. Major enforcement actions are time schedule orders, cleanup and abatement orders, and administrative civil liability complaints and orders, which actually assess monetary penalties. So as you can see from this table, though, major enforcement actions occur, but on a less frequent basis than minor enforcement actions. Which is a good sign because, when we get their attention with an NOV, they typically reach out to us and we work through the issue we need to work through. And then lastly, the majority of administrative civil liabilities issued they're for MPDS discharges, and it's a whole nother realm, but they're subject to mandatory minimum penalties where regional board doesn't really have discretion. So we have to enforce and impose a particular penalty. It's a $3,000 fine for each of their penalties. So if you see in this table here, the ACLs, you've got out of the Sacramento office are, I believe, 28. And, that's higher than some of the other minor or other major enforcement actions. But those typically are a result of violations that we have to issue based on the water code and what's required as a minimum for the penalty. Next slide. So this figure shows the number of statewide enforcement actions for each of the regions in the last year. Again, the Central Valley region, we led the way in the number of enforcement actions. We lead these actions, I think, because we really work on these and putting these enforcement actions out here at kind of a low level to assist the dischargers to come back into compliance with their orders and their requirements. And these don't just include an enforcement action, they include a lot of work by our project managers. They really reach out to the dischargers and figure out if they can assist them as far as, finding funding opportunities and that sort of thing. So I don't want to say that taking the most enforcement actions is a good thing. I think the best that we could do is the low level enforcement with NOVs enforcement and see the result of that and not get to this step. But it happens. Next slide. So here's a figure of Region 5's contribution to statewide enforcement over the past 6 years. As you can see, we consistently contribute around 30% of all statewide enforcement over each year. Last year, we contributed about 32% of the total statewide enforcement actions and performed more actions than the previous 4 years, which is a result of enforcement staff. A continued commitment to assisting dischargers back into compliance with regional board requirements. I just want to highlight that because, the number of enforcement actions is often looked at as, okay, you're doing a lot of enforcement, so you know your discharges should be in compliance. The real work happens on the ground, with dischargers and staff working without orders. And so, you know, I just kind of want to bring that to your attention that the number of orders are not necessarily a measure of success or failure. They're just another measure. Next slide. So I was going to highlight a few cases that we accomplished last year as far as enforcement. And you don't see a lot of these cases before you, which quite frankly is my goal, because we try to settle these cases and arrange agreements without having to involve the board. And usually we're successful at that. But I do want to pull out a couple of cases that may have flown by under the radar to kind of give you an idea of the breadth of what we're looking at. So the first case is Altamont Landfill. They are the largest landfill in the region, maybe in the state. I haven't quite figured that out yet, but they're very large. And so we issued a cease and desist order, which required the installation and maintenance of adequate detection monitoring wells around their landfill. And the whole idea was they're expanding very quickly, very rapidly. They're growing as all landfills are. And we just wanted to make sure that we were detecting any potential releases from that landfill as soon as possible so we could have them correct that. That was a very collaborative effort, and I appreciate everybody's super hard work on this case. I mean, these things sometimes take years. This one was one of those. I mean, it took a couple of years to negotiate, but now the regional board feels confident that moving forward, Altamont can, you know, report the data back to the regional board. That gives us some, you know, comfortability in how they're progressing. The next case is Seton Pistachio. This facility is in the town of Terravella, down out of the Fresno office. So Seton Pistachio was causing some objectionable odors from their facility. And as a result, we issued them a cease and desist order to come back into compliance with their permit requirements. Ultimately, an ACL, an administrative civil liability with penalties, had to be issued. We issued it in the amount of approximately $221,000 for failure to get the odors under control and for not fully complying with their reporting requirements. And then the last case is Sumidan Wire Products that I wanted to bring up. So this is a Stockton-based company that was issued a $34,320 penalty for violations of the industrial stormwater general permit. And they were issued these penalties because they discharged unauthorized industrial wastewater. They didn't maintain their best management practices, and they didn't really implement good housekeeping. So some of it is education and outreach in that regard, but because this facility had these issues and also existed in an environmental justice community, you know, we feel like that's an area we need to really be, you know, transparent and educate our dischargers on. Next slide. So next I'll talk about this current year's goals. So here's a look at the inspection goals for this year. These goals are pretty consistent over the past few years, as I can tell. I went back and looked over the years. They fluctuate, but very little. I think this year compared to last year, we're kind of projecting about 100 to 200, somewhere in that range, less inspections than last year. But understand that the change in these inspection goals, they're tied to program resources as well, as each program's priorities for the year. So we have a lot going on, as you guys know, and just to name a couple, we've got CV Salt and some other programs coming in that I don't want to talk about because I'm not quite here yet, but we're in the planning mode. Next slide. So although we currently only establish targets for the number of inspections the enforcement program conducts, State Board and EPA are working on establishing compliance rates in the following core programs that I've listed: drinking water, NPDES, 401, tanks, and water rights. I don't know a whole lot about this effort, but I know it's happening. I've been involved in it through the statewide roundtables and coordination. But I'm still curious to see what they come up with. What I do know is that we're going to be surveyed. So our enforcement and inspection staff towards the end of this year, I'm anticipating around December, will be surveyed so that baselines can be established in order to set these compliance rates in 2022. So we'll be working quite a bit with the other regions and state boards to figure out what it is that they're looking at and what kind of goals and targets they're thinking of establishing. I'm actually kind of excited about this because inspection targets, it's great, but it's kind of also exciting to have another goal, another target that staff can work to achieve towards and motivate them. A lot of stay tuned in this presentation. Next slide. Okay, so we're just going to talk about Region 5's current enforcement priorities. So this year, currently, we're working on permitting and compliance and enforcement coordination, ensuring compliance with the CV Salts program, environmental justice and disadvantaged communities as they relate to water quality and public health, and implementing business rules and ensuring accurate tracking of goals and enforcement actions. So the regional board's permitting and enforcement programs have been collaborating and coordinating in an effort to develop sound permit requirements that are protective of water quality and also enforceable. So staff and managers of both programs have been meeting on a regular basis to discuss permits and development. We're also talking about recommended language that enforcement staff sees as enforceable language. And we're learning from each team member's experience and knowledge, which I think has been great. We've really grown, I think, a lot across the sections and are starting to really work together very well. We've also started to implement joint inspections with our permitting and enforcement staff. So typically, permitting staff will conduct a site visit prior to renewing a permit. So if they're going to renew a permit, they go out to the facility, they do a tour, basically, they see, okay, does my description of the facility, the processing, does that make sense? Is that what I see out here in the field and what they reported on paper? And then you've got the enforcement staff that really do more of a compliance evaluation where they look at, are they complying with the particulars of their existing permit or other orders? So although the purpose of our inspections are a bit different, we're finding conducting these joint inspections has broadened all staff's understanding of site conditions. And it also brings to bear potential impacts to water quality that may not have been discovered if you're looking at it from just one angle. It's been really, really helpful. I think it's great for staff. It's also, it's proven to be a really good cross-training opportunity, not just amongst permitting and enforcement, but really all sections were kind of learning from each other and bringing in that knowledge. It's been really great. As part of the coordination effort, we've developed a workload split and communication matrix to guide staff as they evaluate existing permits, renewals, submittals to the regional boards like technical reports, just to name a few. There's a ton more, but it's been good. This document's been beneficial. It keeps staff up, knowledgeable. They know what their role is. They know what they're supposed to review, the feedback they're supposed to give, especially while we've been working remotely. I think it's been extremely beneficial. In addition, topics arise where consensus can't be reached. We've got the permitting, the enforcement, we've kind of got different roles and responsibilities, but the same objective, water quality. And so at times we have to elevate some of our kind of issues where we're a stalemate, and we elevate those to our executive management for direction. That's our plan, and as that direction gets fed back to us, we discuss it and we implement it into our specific program manuals that are utilized by regional board staff, and it creates consistency in our programs. Lastly, this effort is also aimed at increasing inter-office enforcement communication across all programs, which I wish I had the bandwidth to do it all, but I don't, but I'm working on pieces as we go. But this communication is extremely critical across the offices, especially while we're working remotely. I've actually found that I'm having a little bit more communication across the offices because of the remote working. So I think that's actually been beneficial. So instead of pandemic problems, we have a pandemic positive, maybe. All right, next slide. So a major Central Valley program that's of interest to the board is sea salts. I'm hoping you've all heard of that by now. The enforcement program is working across the 3 offices to ensure compliance with that program. So as part of this effort, there are 3 enforcement staff that we've dedicated from the Rancho Cordova office to participate in the Red Team, which is a technical advisory working group with representation from all regional board programs. We do have representation from both the Fresno and Redding offices as well. So I think we have a really good group. We're just kind of working through how it works and roles and responsibilities. But I think it's going really well, especially as of late. We're making some really good traction. Enforcement options for salt nitrate programs are currently being contemplated. Notices of deficiency and notices of violation have recently been drafted for discharges not in compliances. They're going to be sent out in the near future. In fact, actually, I believe that we're going to have multiple notices of deficiency that may go out today, if I'm not mistaken. So working together, trying to get that moving and folks on board. Next slide, please. Another priority for the region includes environmental justice in disadvantaged communities as it relates to water quality and public health. Our staff are always looking for these connections. We're always looking for you know, which facilities and which enforcement actions will have the biggest impact for dischargers and kind of grab their attention, especially in these EJ and disadvantaged community areas. So our region's been collaborating with EPA and State Board to implement EPA's Environmental Justice Initiative. As part of that effort, our Fresno office has been involved in evaluating compliance of a couple of programs: metal shredding, composting, and oil and gas facilities in disadvantaged communities that are regulated by the Water Board. Pardon me. Also, Senate Bill 205 requires a person applying to a city or county for a new or renewed business license to demonstrate enrollment in the industrial stormwater permit. And due to this effort, we expect to see an increase in enrollments and enforcement under our industrial permit, underserved communities, disadvantaged communities. The Rancho office did obtain an additional environmental scientist position to support this effort, which is great. We're actually in the process of conducting interviews and should have someone on board shortly. But I wanted to point this out because it really is going to impact, I think, underserved, disadvantaged communities and how industries operate in their neighborhoods. So, you know, Central Valley is paying close attention to how this rolls out. Other activities our enforcement staff prioritize include illegal trash dumping, which we've seen unfortunately more and more since the pandemic. Costs money to dump your trash at landfills and other facilities. So folks are kind of dumping it wherever. And so we're seeing a lot more of that. And we're also identifying other dischargers that could contribute to water quality impacts in disadvantaged communities. Always keeping our eye out for that. Next slide. The last priority is to address implementation of business rules and ensure accurate tracking of enforcement action. So this is kind of a long-standing goal, as it should be. I think we all know about databases, data in, data out, you get what you get, you know, kind of a thing. But the State Board, they actually have business rules established for all the regional boards when it comes to how we input data, inspections, and other information into water board databases. These rules, they're in need of an update for dischargers as well as regional board staff. So this is an area I'm working with State Board to address. In the meantime, though, I do want to let you know that for Central Valley Regional Board, the staff continue to implement best management practices, such as peer review for database entries, gives you quality control, kind of just a second pair of eyes, and we all know how much that helps. As well as trying to track some of the orders, inspections, and complaints that are not typically tracked as part of the water board databases. We're tracking on our own so that we can keep up and honestly, so permitting and enforcement can see what's going on with each site and where we are. Our enforcement programs also responsible for tracking and following up on complaints that come into all three offices. So I thought I'd mention that because it is a pretty large amount of our workload. I want to say we probably get about maybe 90 complaints every 2 months. So, it's a bit of our workload, but I'm happy to say that our enforcement team kind of takes that in stride, and we follow up and we address those issues. So next slide, please. So lastly, I'd like to go over some additional enforcement priorities for Region 5. There could be 10 pages of a laundry list, but I'm going to point out a couple of things that we're actively working on. So one of the things that all regional boards strive to kind of meet is completing mandatory minimum penalties within 18 months of their discovery of a violation. And again, I know there are board members here that could probably use a whole presentation on MMPs, which I'm happy to provide at a later date or off the record, like if that would work best for you. So these mandatory penalties result in administrative civil liabilities that assess a mandatory minimum of about $3,000 per violation. We can go above that, but we can't go below that. So although we do really well as a region issuing these penalties within the 18-month timeframe, there are some scenarios we're working on to improve our internal process and ensure the timeframe is continuously met. It really has more to do with the discharger and their ability to pay and our desire to assist them in kind of elevating their infrastructure to become a compliant facility than it does the time frame. So again, that could be a whole nother presentation. But overall, Region 5, I think, does very well. Along those lines, we're evaluating some NPDES facilities, which discharge surface water, that are in significant non-compliance. We're working with dischargers to establish time schedules and discuss potential funding opportunities for them to improve their facilities and performance. A lot of these facilities are in disadvantaged communities, and therefore revenue increases to upgrade their facility, not so much feasible. So we do what we can to work with them to ascertain grants and other funding opportunities so that they can come into compliance with our requirements. Enforcement staff are also in the process of determining compliance with state board issued PFAS and PFOA 13267 orders. These orders require monitoring for PFAS and PFOA, the laundry list of chemicals, but they're commonly referred to as forever chemicals. And state board issued orders for monitoring of airports, landfills, chrome platers, publicly owned wastewater plants, and recently bulk fuel storage facilities. So we're starting to get that data come in, and we're going to have to figure out with those results what our next steps and actions will be. We're also taking the initiative to complete 2 pretreatment compliance inspections and 2 sanitary sewer collection system audits. Actually, all 4 of those are going to be in disadvantaged communities, and we're doing that this fiscal year. Although maybe we don't have direct funding for it, I think, EPA and State Board have usually supported us in the past with these efforts. That support's dwindling, and so this is somewhat of a training opportunity for our staff as well as a expectation potentially in the future. So We are taking the initiative to do this, and we've reported that to State Board and EPA, and they're ecstatic. Last slide. Another ongoing enforcement priority is in regards to the Mule Creek Watershed. So, I don't know. You may know or may not know, depending on the board member, there's a lot of public interest in the Mule Creek Watershed and wastewater use and reuse in the area. So board staff have been working through evaluating compliance with multiple water board permits for this Mule Creek State Prison, as well as the City of Ione. Regional board, state board, and EPA staff have established a working group in which we regularly meet to discuss water board permit requirements, compliance, next steps, and everything else under the sun. We're currently working on arranging a virtual public outreach event in December in Ione with the State Board's Office of Public Participation, which is meant for interested parties to ask, our board staff questions regarding our process, our progress on ensuring that the facilities in their neck of the woods are in compliance. So, it's kind of a bummer right now with the virtually held public outreach. I think in this community, in person would be the best. So we're hoping to hold a follow-up probably after the beginning of the year as COVID restrictions begin to lift. But public engagement in that area is extremely important, useful, and something that we take a lot of pride in and spend a lot of time and work, considering in that area. We're also working with other regional boards and State Board's Office of Enforcement to develop a list of supplemental environmental projects with oversight by the Rose Foundation. So the supplemental environmental project policy was updated in 2017, which changed the way we were able to offer supplemental environmental projects to be completed in lieu of paying a portion of the penalty assessed by the water boards. Therefore, we're in the process of reestablishing that list. We're coming up with a form of a resolution that will probably go before the state and Central Valley Water Board in the future. There's definitely not a timeline established, but I'm working with other regional boards and figuring out where they have been successful so we can follow suit. State Board is in the process of renewing the construction and industrial stormwater general permits. As part of this effort, Region 5 enforcement staff are heavily involved with providing feedback to the State Board regarding these updates. It's crucial because we conduct a very large number of the stormwater inspections. So we've got a lot of really good, valuable input. We've also had staff involved in efforts with the fires in the Central Valley, with current efforts aimed at fire mapping, post-fire best management practices, and water quality and sediment sampling, in consultation with a number of other state and local agencies. The picture on the left shows emergency best management. Oh, I guess I should have said, nope, that's not the one. Go back one. I guess it's not the same one. Okay, well, I'll send you pictures. We have pictures of basically some of the BMPs for fires that we've been doing, emergency BMPs before the rains come. And then lastly, we've got a Steelhead Creek cleanup effort, which we have conducted over the last 3 years in consultation with many stakeholders. So this year's cleanup occurred actually just last week, and we have removed about 38,500 pounds of trash and debris from the Steelhead Creek area that historically has seen many campers mostly experiencing homelessness. So the picture on the right shows a snapshot of that I'll have to send later. Last slide. So that's it. Thank you for your time listening to the enforcement program update. I would like to say that I'm happy to meet with board members offline. I recognize some of the board members are new and a lot of information and unfamiliar terminology was discussed during this enforcement update. So feel free to reach out and arrange a follow-up with myself and or Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from board members?
No question, but Gary, thank you. That was extremely thorough. And I do want to take you up on your offer, kind of digging into the layers of detail here, kind of on the enforcement side. So thank you. I'll reach out through Mindy and try to schedule something.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, it was extremely thorough, and I heard her say that she had a slight cold and her voice is going in and out a little bit, but the information that she provided and the coordination she does with all three of the offices to address code enforcement and the violations and compliance, I think it was a tremendous report and a lot of great work done by the code enforcement team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mindy, are there any, is there anyone wishing to comment on this? Any interested persons?
No.
Very good. Well, thank you, Carrie, and sure we'll hear from you again next year. Keep up the good work.
Likely before then, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, hopefully not, because right, I mean, the settlements that are done that you don't see are really the success, and maybe next time I come before the board, I can present those cases, because that's really where the staff work, you know, is invested. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carrie. We'll move on to agenda item 14, this overview of the board's forest activities program, wildfire, timber harvest, utilities, and vegetation management. At this time, the board will hear an overview of the board's forest activities program, wildfire, timber harvest, utilities, and vegetation management program. This is an information item only. No action will be taken, although the board may ask questions to provide direction to staff. Following the staff presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And the person doing the wrap up this meeting is Angela Hot Rod Wilson.
Well, thank you, Carl. I appreciate that introduction. All right, can everybody hear me all right? Somebody nod?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. I always feel bad for you, Angela, because you always get to do you do the end of the show. We're gonna have to move you up a little bit. We're looking forward to your
Well, we just closing on a high note, I guess.
Okay, good.
All right, well, give me a second here and I'll share my screen. You can confirm for me that you're seeing my screen right now?
We see it, yes.
Great, thank you, Jean. All right, well, we'll get started. So good afternoon, Dr. Longley and board members. I'm Angela Wilson, supervising engineering geologist in the Reading office, and I'm the board's forest activities program manager. I'm here to update the board on the forest activities program in an informational item today. It's number 14 on your agenda. So today I'm going to be talking about 3 components of the Forest Activities Program, starting with our involvement in regulating commercial timber harvesting activities, then moving to Senate Bill 901, which added utility corridors to our plate, and ending with Senate Bill 456, signed just a few weeks ago, that adds wildfire-related work to the program. So forest management activities generally include a variety of operations that can result in impacts to water quality, which we typically refer to as non-point source impacts. These diffuse or non-point source pollution, this pollution is considered the leading cause of water pollution in the nation and can come from roads and land disturbing activities. Roads used to support forest management activities are usually non-paved. They're remote, located in mountainous terrain, as you can imagine. These roads can concentrate stormwater flows and cause significant sediment impacts to our headwater streams, especially when they're legacy roads, been in place for a very long time. Watercourse crossings, when undersized, poorly placed or aligned, or where road runoff concentrates over the crossing fills, can also cause significant sediment impacts to surface waters. Hill slope disturbance created during management activities themselves can lead to unstable soils and leave bare areas that can be mobilized by precipitation events and runoff. So while erosion and sediment discharges are the primary concerns for water quality for this program, pesticide applications, typically herbicides, can also result in discharges of the chemicals themselves, as well as exacerbating soil loss by preventing ground cover regrowth. Stream temperatures can also be increased by removal of shade-producing canopy through these activities. And we also see incidental petroleum discharges occurring occasionally where heavy equipment is used. So forest management activities can have both negative and positive impacts on water quality. Negative impacts include potential erosion, sediment, chemicals, and stream temperature increases that I just mentioned. But it's important to recognize the positive impacts that can also come about. These include opportunities to improve poorly performing legacy road and watercourse crossings, reducing erosion and sediment discharges, and allowing restoration of fish passage. In some cases, such opportunities can lead to restoration of access to fish habitat that's been cut off for years or even decades when a crossing was maybe originally installed. Wetland and meadow function can also be restored where conifer encroachment has occurred over time. So with that bit of background on the program itself and the concerns that we have with these activities, I'm going to start with an overview of the board's Forest Activities Program with the commercial timber harvest component. This is an area of regulatory oversight that the water boards have been involved in since the late 70s. So the state passed the Forest Practice Act in 1973 to govern commercial timber harvesting activities on private and state-owned lands, roughly 13.3 million acres. The act was intended to ensure sustained production of wood products while protecting California's natural resources. It established the Board of Forestry, required the promulgation of the forest practice rules, and assigned CAL FIRE as the CEQA lead agency and implementing and enforcing arm. The act also established a system of multi-agency review that we call the review team, with CAL FIRE, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Geologic Survey, and the water boards providing feedback to the CAL FIRE director on potential environmental and human safety impacts from proposed timber harvest plans. So the forest practice rules are essentially a set of prescriptive best management practices that are established as standards of practice for operations that occur under an approved timber harvesting plan. These best management practices, in addition to the multi-agency review team process, a public review component, all combine to result in a process that is intended to be the functional equivalent of an environmental impact report. So in California, in order to engage in the selling, bartering, or trading of a commercial timber species, or to convert timber producing lands to another use, a landowner, whether large and industrial or small and private, must follow the Forest Practice Act and rules to obtain a timber harvest plan or a timber harvest plan exemption. While there are a variety of plans and exemption types available to landowners under the Act and rules, just for ease of explanation today, I'm going to run through the process for the most commonly used, which is the timber harvest plan itself. So to obtain a timber harvest plan, a registered professional forester prepares and submits a proposed plan to CAL FIRE, hosts a pre-harvest inspection as necessary, responds to agency questions, comments, recommendations, waits through a public comment period, and at the end to receive the CAL FIRE director's decision to approve or deny the plan. At the end of this process, the landowner has an approved timber harvest plan that is good for 5 years with 1-year extensions, 1-year extensions available when justified. So once the THP, the timber harvest plan, is approved, Water Board or Department of Fish and Wildlife permits are obtained as necessary, and then operations can begin, with annual notices of operations provided to CAL FIRE. The landowner or their designee then conducts any monitoring and reporting required. And once operations are concluded, they file a notice of completion and any final notices required by the Water Board and Department of Fish and Wildlife permits. From the Water Board side, staff conduct a desk review of initial plans within a few days of their submittal to CAL FIRE. Once CAL FIRE looks through those to determine the plan is complete, staff has 10 calendar days to participate in a pre-harvest field inspection, identify any management measures necessary to protect water quality from the activities proposed in the plan, and communicate those concerns and recommendations along with justifications to the CAL FIRE director to assist in the final decision making. Let's talk about what lands are actually affected by the Forest Practice Act and rules. Well, California has approximately 36 million acres of forest lands, which is divided up with private and state ownership covering just over 13.3 million acres where the rules would apply, and roughly 23 million acres of federal ownership where the rules do not apply. And this map on the right-hand side just shows, it lumps private timberlands and public lands. Private timberlands shown in orange and public lands shown in green. So when we look closer at the Central Valley region in particular, breaking those numbers down a bit further, we have a total of approximately 16.8 million forested acres, with about 5.8 million in private and state ownership, and about 11 million acres of federal land. Importantly, on average, about 50% of the timber harvested commercially each year in the state comes from the forests in our region. So from the adoption of the state's Forest Practice Act in 1973 through 2003, Central Valley Water Board staff participated in the review of commercial timber harvesting plans in a minimal capacity. Our involvement during that period was essentially voluntary. And with staffing numbers varying between, say, 2 and 4 staff over that period, we were really able to only focus on those plans with the highest potential threat to water quality, usually in sensitive watersheds like those that have anadromous scum on it. And with no Water Board specific permitting mechanisms in place prior to 2003, staff participation was focused on providing an in-field presence to assist with identifying water quality protective measures needed on a site-specific basis. So in 2001, a legislative change to Porter Cologne resulted in initiation of formalized permitting of commercial harvesting activities in the form of conditional waivers of waste discharge requirements starting in 2003 in our region. Early versions of the conditional waivers solely addressed commercial harvests conducted under Forest Practice Rule timber harvest plans. But then in 2005, we included coverage for the Forest Service commercial harvesting activities. And then visual monitoring and adaptive management requirements were also included in 2005 as a result of another legislative change to Porter Cologne. In 2012, Assembly Bill 1492 resulted in the formalization of the Water Board's involvement in timber harvest review, and I'll detail that a little bit more in a moment. In 2017, the Central Valley Board adopted the Timberland Management Activities General Order of Waste Discharge Requirements. And through the transition to permitting these projects, staff have become more involved in administrative and procedural tasks related to tracking permit enrollment and compliance data, not just strictly spending their time in the field. Excuse me. So in 2008, we had a pretty significant lightning storm, some folks might recall, where we had more than 1,700 lightning strikes that resulted in fires. And we ended up having 1.6 million acres burned over that fire season. And since then, program staff have increasingly been finding themselves focusing on post-fire salvage activities, kind of over the more typical, what I would call green tree commercial harvest that's put under timber harvest plans. So earlier, when you heard me talk a little bit about timber harvest plan exemptions, the Forest Practice Act and rules provide a variety of expedited permitting mechanisms for different activities. Salvage harvesting of burned timber before it loses its commercial value can occur under an emergency notice, capital E. An individual emergency notice for salvage is good for 12 months, and CAL FIRE accepts them in a ministerial fashion, which just means that there's limited information required, just a couple pages worth, including maps. There's no multi-agency review, and operations can begin within 5 business days of submittal. So since 2008, we've been prioritizing oversight of post-fire salvage activities due to the potential for water quality impacts in these sensitive post-fire environments. And we found that after a fire where ground cover is significantly reduced, like you see in the top photo here, increases in runoff and stream flow can be expected. And debris, usually in the form of burned logs and sticks and sediment, can be transported downslope and then downstream, where it can cause impairment and even failure of watercourse crossings like culverts, resulting in significant infrastructure problems and additional sediment burdens on the water body. Program staff spend significant field time these days assessing salvage operations and advising operators of management measures that would limit negative water quality impacts from operations. Okay, so in 2012, Assembly Bill 1492 established the Timber Regulation and Restoration Fund. It supports the regulatory agencies through a 1% fee on retail wood products, while prohibiting fees from being collected for the permitting of timber harvesting activities in the state. It formalized our involvement in the review team process by requiring 100% of timber harvest plans to be reviewed and requiring an increase in field inspections from the pre-2012 level. The bill established requirements for the development of ecological performance measures and ecological performance evaluation and annual reports to the legislature. The bill also resulted in the Central Valley region receiving 5 additional positions to ensure review team participation and timely permitting. So at this point in time, we're up to about 11 positions in the program. So in 2017, after 15 years of conditional waiver implementation and revisions, the board adopted the Timberland Management Activities General Order of Waste Discharge Requirements for non-federal and Forest Service green tree and post-fire salvage harvesting activities. While the Timberland General Order provides permit coverage for commercial harvest activities, including those occurring under that myriad of forest practice rule exemptions that I spoke about, it's worth noting that it does not provide regulatory coverage for non-commercialized vegetation management, hazard tree removal before or after a fire, nor does it cover post-fire restoration activities that don't have that commercial component. So in wrapping this section up, the focus of this component of the program remains commercial timber harvest oversight, including post-fire salvage, along with related activities such as herbicide application. It is now what we would consider a stable and mature component and it is staffed with 11 experienced and capable individuals across the region in all 3 offices. It is led by Matt Boone, Senior Environmental Scientist in the Reading office. He's also a registered professional forester with private forestry experience, as well as having been a CAL FIRE inspector in addition to his many years of water board experience. It has well-tested and refined best management practices, a formalized administrative process, established and functional interagency relationships most of the time, and the Central Valley Water Board has a functional long-term permit now based on 15 years of permit development and evaluation efforts. So we'll transition now to the second component of the program. This was brought about in 2018 when Senate Bill 901 was signed into law. Senate Bill 901 is a very expansive piece of legislation, and it's primarily responding to wildfire concerns across the state. In particular, concerns about fuels management and wildfire ignitions caused by utilities. So the bill was aimed to improve wildfire prevention, response, and recovery in the state. And it does so through a number of initiatives, including establishing the Catastrophic Wildfire Cost and Recovery Commission, requiring fire safety standards be developed for defensible space, establishing a wildfire resilience program to help non-industrial landowners by providing technical assistance on fuels reduction, forest health, reforestation, and the permitting process. But when we dig a little deeper, there are several specific areas of the bill that really impact the forest activities program. So there are a couple changes to several activities conducted under the Forest Practice Act and rules. 2 timber harvest plan exemptions were modified. The small landowner exemption was expanded and now requires inspection and evaluation for reporting purposes to be done by the agencies. And the forest fire prevention exemption now allows limited construction of roads, which is unique to the 15+ exemptions provided in the forest practice rules, and is requiring additional inspections, enforcement, evaluation, and reporting by those same review team agencies. SB 901 also expanded the requirement for CAL FIRE to monitor and report on all forest practice rule exemptions annually. They usually choose 1 or 2 to do annually, and to include the other review team agencies in that work. And then Senate Bill 901 required investor-owned utilities to improve pre-fire vegetation management practices, particularly in our high fire risk areas. So the image on the right here was taken from the California Public Utilities Commission's website and illustrates that more than 2,000 fires were sparked by electric equipment from 2014 through 2017. So in addition to regulations regarding the recovery of wildfire costs and increased penalties, electric utilities are now required to prepare and submit annual wildfire mitigation plans that describe the utilities' plans and activities to prevent, combat, and respond to wildfires affecting their service territories. These wildfire mitigation plans also include vegetation management plans. So of the 26,000 miles roughly of high voltage transmission lines, which are the bigger lines, roughly 12,000 miles of those, or about 48%, are located within the Central Valley region. So this includes 15 utilities, which would take the whole slide for me to spell out all their names. So you'll forgive my acronyms, I hope. So not all on this list are investor owned, though I'll point out that WEBCAST is the Western Area Power Administration, which is a government agency. But these numbers don't include distribution lines, which are significant, would bump that number up probably an order of magnitude. Although vegetation management and post-fire repair occurs across all of those lines as well. So given the size of the Central Valley region and the significant proportion of high fire risk areas it contains, 9 positions were granted to us to address the workload associated with SB 901. Hiring occurred in late 2019 and into early 2020 to address these previously unregulated activities. We received 3 positions that went to the 401 certification program to address dredge and fill activities related to utility work, and 6 came to the forest activities program for oversight of the the vegetation management component. We also received $40,000 for helicopter contracts across the region to assist with inspections in the region. Just given the size of our region and because utility corridors are so, especially in these areas of high fire risk, are very remote and extremely difficult to access from the ground, helicopter contracts is critical. This photo actually that I put in here is a recent photo of pretty difficult terrain where utility line repair is occurring in the Dixie Fire area. Kind of gives you a better idea of how difficult it is to reach some of these areas. So the utility oversight component of the program and for the water boards and just across the board is really just in its beginning stages. Staff assigned to utility related work within the program have been inspecting a variety of pre and post fire utility activities, engaging the utilities to kind of better understand their operations and systems, coordinating data needs with the Wildfire Safety Division, which was originally under the California Public Utilities Commission, but is now called the Office of Electric Infrastructure Safety and it's moved under California Natural Resources Agency. So we've kind of negotiated all of those agencies through the last year or so. We're coordinating with state board and other regional boards on reviewing the wildfire mitigation plans each year. And we're also communicating with state board and the other regional boards regularly to ensure that our approach to the utilities provides consistency, especially for those larger companies like PG&E, whose lines crisscross the state, and as well on the development of a proposed statewide permit that state board staff are working on. The regional board staff recently organized a tour that provided state board staff an opportunity to view some of the activities occurring in the post-fire environment that we hope will help them in the development of a proposed statewide utility permit. State board staff plans to take a proposed permit to their board for consideration late next year. So development activities, including those related to CEQA, are ramping up now. And Griffin Perea, a senior engineering geologist here in the Reading office, is the lead for this component of the program. And he and I are working closely with Clint Snyder to ensure that our experiences with the utilities are shared with state board, hopefully to provide a foundation for the development of the statewide utility permit. Okay. So we'll transition one more time to the third and final component of the program, embodied in the recently passed Senate Bill 456. So before I get into the bill itself, I'm going to try to set the stage a little bit with a bit of background. In 2015, an executive order by Governor Brown established the Tree Mortality Task Force. This was a multi-agency stakeholder group aimed at addressing the mass die-off of trees resulting from the 2012 through 2015-ish drought. The bulk of dead and dying trees killed by that drought and the bugs that came in after that were in the Sierras, so we paid pretty close attention to that work. In May of 2018, just ahead of fire season, Governor Brown issued another executive order attempting to address a broader set of issues related to the health of our forests, so that he wrapped the work of the Tree Mortality Task Force into a broader forest management task force. And then Governor Newsom continued the emphasis on forest health by supporting and once more expanding the work of the Forest Management Task Force, renaming it the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force in 2021. So the new Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force produced an action plan in January of 2021 this year, which I'm going to talk more about in just a minute. So before I get into the action plan itself, I want to provide just a real quick overview of the composition and the goals of the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. So this expanded and kind of newest iteration of the task force is led by Director Wright of the Resources Agency, with Resource Agency Secretary Crowfoot and the Forest Service Chief Randy Moore acting as co-chairs. Secretary Blumenfeld of the Cal EPA, Director Porter of CAL FIRE, and Director Gordon of the Office of Planning and Research, along with others, form the executive committee of the task force. And that executive committee is in turn supported by a leadership team that's composed of 7 lead agencies, including the state and regional boards, and multiple supporting state agencies. So this structure serves to organize and track progress in meeting objectives outlined in the action plan. It serves to facilitate the 5-year updates to the action plan as mandated in Senate Bill 456. And it holds statewide quarterly meetings to report on action plan progress. So the action plan itself identifies roughly 100 ambitious key actions to address wildfire and forest resilience throughout the state over time and across all ownerships under 4 categories. The first being an increase in pace and scale of treatments up to 1 million acres annually, half of which is anticipated to occur on federal lands. And under this category, the action plan seeks to establish state and federal lands restoration strategies to coordinate and prioritize restoration and reforestation of burned areas. It also seeks to establish emergency forest restoration teams to assist small landowners impacted by wildfires with funding and expertise to help restore their properties. And there's also an emphasis, pretty significant emphasis, on improving regulatory efficiencies for forest resilience projects. So the other 3 categories include strengthening protection of communities, managing forests to achieve economic environmental goals of the state, and to drive innovation and measure the progress of action plan implementation. So all of the work embodied in the action plan will require significant interagency coordination. And we expect it will require consideration of new statewide permitting mechanisms to facilitate a number of the action plan objectives, like the broad scope of desired vegetation management and fire restoration activities. To ensure that those activities can be facilitated efficiently while also being effective at preventing negative water quality impacts. So before I go further, let's just talk one more time about scale. Oh, this might not be the last time I talk about scale. Anyway, specifically the landscape potentially affected by action plan objectives. So we identify the vegetation types that are most likely to benefit from pre and or post-fire management activities envisioned under the action plan as what I'm going to call, quote, treatable landscape. So across the state, those vegetation types include conifer forests, oak woodlands, or hardwoods, and shrublands for a total of roughly 69 million acres, or 69% of the state. Conifers make up about 31% of that, hardwoods make up about 15% of that, and shrublands make up about 54% of that. And if we look specifically at the Central Valley region, as you see in the map on the right, our portion of the treatable landscape is approximately 20 million acres. And in the 2020 fires, just for some context, in the 2020 fires that we burned, I think it was about 4 million acres, forest lands and shrublands represented the most significant proportion of burned land relative to vegetation types. So in light of the 20 million acres of treatable landscape within the region, it's reasonable for us to expect that implementation of the action plan will add workload to the forest activities program and to the Central Valley region. So I'm going to give you an example. I said there was about 100 of these key action items. I'm not gonna, I could take the time to go through every one of them. That would be a very long presentation. So I just selected key action item 1.33, which requires the development of a coordinated state restoration strategy. This requires Resources Agency to partner with Cal OES, Office of Emergency Services, the Office of Planning and Research, and other federal, state, and local agencies to develop a coordinated strategy to prioritize and restore non-federal burned areas and communities as part of the state's overall long-term recovery and resilience strategy. A recent example of the coordination necessary to develop a restoration strategy that has affected the program recently is the implementation of CalRecycle's debris and hazard tree removal activities in post-fire affected communities. Specifically, the 2018 Camp Fire, the 2020 North Complex, and now the 2021 Dixie and Calder fires. While CalRecycle is primarily responsible for managing the contracts for the debris and hazard tree removal activities, it's up to the resource protection agencies to find solutions to address regulatory obligations and resource protection in this emergency response environment where action needs to be taken quickly. So working with CalRecycle and Cal OES, Central Valley Water Board staff have coordinated with State Board's emergency management program staff to develop a short-term solution in the form of an environmental protection plan. So the EPP is what we call it, and the EPP for 2021 provides standard practices for hazard tree removal activities to ensure resource protection and expedite cleanup activities. And it applies to all of the 2021 fires where this type of cleanup is necessary across the state. The Environmental Protection Plan forms the basis for secretarial suspensions of state regulatory requirements such that we can assure the communities and the state of California that regulatory requirements or resource protection requirements are still being implemented. But a long-term solution for this kind of reoccurring need for debris and hazard tree removal could be a statewide permitting mechanism that would expedite such activities so that people can begin to rebuild as quickly and as safely as possible. So now back to Senate Bill 456, which essentially reiterates many of the key action items outlined in the action plan. But what it does is it establishes the task force and the action plan as permanent fixtures. It requires the action plan to be updated every 5 years until 2042 and requires annual reports to the legislature. So effectively, the bill itself requires implementation of the action plan to achieve the statewide wildfire and forest resilience objectives. So looking ahead at what we think it's going to take from the Water Board's perspective to achieve successful implementation of the action plan. We believe increased coordination amongst a variety of agencies, local, state, and federal, will be necessary. Streamlined statewide permitting will need to be considered for facilitating the debris and hazard tree removal work managed by CalRecycle, as well as the vegetation management, fuels management, and post-fire restoration activities on federal, private, and state-owned lands. There is the potential that modifications to one or more existing statewide NPDES permits could be needed, considering here the Caltrans stormwater permit, the construction stormwater general permit maybe, in order to facilitate expanded vegetation treatment activities in rights-of-way and other project areas. And Water Board participation will be necessary in state and federal lands restoration strategy development and execution, and to ensure appropriate levels of regulatory oversight for the increased pace and scale of intended treatment. Currently, the water boards are using an interim strategy that we put in place earlier this year to leverage existing working groups and some new ones to address the highest priorities. We're moving staff around a bit to meet the most immediate and critical needs. But fortunately, beyond our work with CalRecycle on the environmental protection plan for debris and hazard tree removal, that's in line with the action plan objectives, program staff are also working on another project that really does align well with the goals of the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force. And that project is the development of a federal non-point source permit for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, or BLM. We're working with them to develop a programmatic permit to provide regulatory coverage for a variety of forest management activities conducted by the federal agencies with the potential to create that non-point source pollution I talked about early on. And the activities proposed for permit coverage are listed here on the left and include vegetation management. That will include timber harvesting activities and fuels removal. It includes transportation management. This is your roads and trails and your maintenance and construction of those things. Recreation facilities management is, campgrounds and things associated with that. Post-wildfire management and recovery activities. This is herbicide applications to restore your forest, planting, suppression, repair work, and then restoration. So using a programmatic approach, the proposed permit aims to reduce the project by project permit enrollment kind of administrative workload. And it would do that through establishing standards of practice and expectations regarding water quality protection. This will be primarily in the form of best management practices. It'll require adaptive management and progressive improvement over time, and create prioritization standards for addressing sources of non-point source pollution across the federal lands within the region. So the federal non-point source permit will apply to the 9.3 million acres of Forest Service lands and the 1.6 roughly million acres of BLM lands within our region. You'll see this illustrated on our map here on the right. And lands managed by the Forest Service are in green, lands managed by the BLM in brown, and the Central Valley region outlined in blue. So for this project, and since the last time I spoke with you, which was last October, we continued to hold regular meetings with the executives at the Forest Service and the BLM and our permit development group. Last year, we obtained a $450,000 CEQA contract for the development of an environmental impact report to assist with the permit development. We developed with the Forest Service and the BLM manuals for best management practices that will be protective of water quality, and those will be implemented this year, actually ahead of permit adoption or consideration for adoption. We've been consulting with interested tribes since May of 2020. We held a CEQA scoping meeting in April of this year. And for the last couple of years, we had been coordinating permit development with the Lahontan Water Board. However, this summer, just a couple months ago, they withdrew from the project due to workload issues, but we continue to communicate regularly with them and the North Coast Water Board as well, since they are currently in the process of revising their own existing federal non-point source permit. So the image at the bottom of this slide was taken from our project webpage and shows where we currently are in the process and what steps we still have ahead. We plan to bring the final proposed permit to the board for your consideration in 2023. Oh, we're almost there. So in summary, Central Valley Water Board Forest Activities Program staff will continue development of the proposed federal non-point source permit to address activities that include those that are aligned with the action plan objectives. We will continue to contribute to the development of the proposed statewide utility permit, as well as assisting Cal Recycle with the post-fire cleanup work. And we will take on action plan and Senate Bill 456 work, including the post-fire or pre-fire prevention, post-fire restoration, internal and external coordination, and necessary permitting tasks in a prioritized manner. We are evaluating our resource needs associated with the anticipated workload, and we're looking for opportunities to designate resources to support Senate Bill 456 and through it, the action plan implementation. So I don't know if you've noticed at this point, but I'll draw your attention very briefly to the changes in scale of the programs that are at the bottom of this slide. So we started on the left-hand side with commercial components of our oversight, our regulatory obligations for oversight occurred over about 5.8 million acres. kind of run through the utility stuff and the federal permit, and we're now at 20 million acres with inclusion of the action plan objectives. So we've reached the end of my presentation. So I'm going to say thank you for your attention on this Friday afternoon, almost at 5, and I'd be happy to take any questions or hear your thoughts.
Well, I tell you what, it's exhausting to listen to you guys. So there's so much work that's needed out there, and I have to thank you folks for stepping up to the plate and addressing it in a very competent manner, such as you do. Any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I mean, like Dr. Longley says, it's exhaustive, but Angela, you do an excellent job, and for the whole team there in Reading that addresses the wildfires and the forests and the safety and the coordination of all the different entities to help deal with prevention and post. It's enormous, and it's an enormous task. But one of the questions you had mentioned that there is a, wait, I'm trying to find out where I have my question. There had to be a prevention plan for the utilities. And I was just curious as to how successful has that been for the utilities to come up with a prevention plan so they are no longer having all the fires to spark from the different utility lines and stuff with their prevention plans. How has that worked out so far? How far along are you into their prevention planning?
So the first wildfire mitigation plan presented from the utilities to the CPUC came in, I want to say it was February of 2019. So that was our first experience with those. We did review them. They were definitely not to the level of specificity that I think the water boards would be most interested in, or indeed any of the resource protection agencies. So we did provide feedback to the CPUC on those plans. They did make changes to them. So when they were implementing those plans in 2019, I think we probably would just say that we would have liked to have seen a little bit more detail. We would have liked to have been able to predict a little bit closer where they would have been operating so that we could look at their activities. I think there could have been a little bit more, and that's what we provided to them. 2020's plans were a little bit better. They provided a ton of information, a lot of data that took a while to wade through. The one missing link we actually have is that while the wildfire mitigation plans are a requirement and involvement from the agencies to provide feedback to the CPUC is a requirement, there actually was a missing link from the CPUC side to be able to actually require significant changes to those plans to address the concerns that we had. They didn't have the right mechanism. And I think, so the 2021 plans were yet again better. But to be honest with you, when it comes to the actual implementation, and I certainly can't speak for the entire state and those other, the other utilities that were also working, but in our experience with PG&E, which is our primary one here, they really have been fundamentally just focused on post-fire utility recovery and fixing up their utility lines and getting power back to these people that are impacted by the fires. So we haven't seen as much of the actual just kind of green vegetation management activities that we originally expected to see. We've been really focused in this post-fire environment.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because if their prevention plans were a little bit stronger, would that potentially have less fires? Or that's where I was getting.
That is certainly the goal. That is absolutely the goal. And I know they are working very hard at that. I know on my own property, we've seen people from PG&E probably 6 or 8 times a year on our own property, trimming trees back and limbs and things like that. So they're definitely working hard at that.
Okay. And then the last question I had was, where are we as far as dealing with the commercial timber harvest as it relates to all of the fires and stuff like that? Is still a lot of that activity going on? Of course it is. I mean, it's a business, but
yeah. Yeah, this year has been probably a little bit more challenging for the Reading subregion in particular, being hit pretty hard with the Dixie Fire, and that has really impacted a lot of the industrial landowners. So Sierra Pacific Industries, one of the largest industrial landowners in the state, or the largest industrial timber landowner in the state, has been hit really hard every single year for quite a number of years with these fires. And so just sort of cumulatively, it's hard for them to get all of the salvage done before the next fire hits. So there's sort of this cumulative effect. And our staff really are, I think I alluded to the fact that we're spending a lot of time on the post-fire environment, and that is absolutely still true.
Okay. Yeah, and my reason for asking that question, when all the fires burning down, are we still cutting down trees? Okay, it was a well-done presentation, and I commend you and all of the Reading staff for the hard work you do and working with the forests and the wildfires and protecting public safety and our water. Thank you so very much.
And I want to thank Angela too for this presentation. I know I asked her to include a couple components responding to Board Member Abdis's concerns and Board Member Yang's concerns about what does it look like as a permittee navigating this regulatory sphere? What do I have to do? And unfortunately, Board Member Yang said his phone battery died, and so he was not able to participate in this presentation, but we'll have it available for him afterwards, and it is being recorded. I really want to draw attention, of all the programs, there's two big things that I think Angela and her team and Clinton managing his office really deserves a lot of credit for. Number one is the explosion of programs that have happened and activity that's happened in this particular area in the past, say, 6 years or so. It's really, really transformed the obligations that they have to live up to, and their scope of work has just ballooned enormously. And I also want to kind of tag one thing that Angela said, I think it was right around slide 7 or 8, when she was talking about the timber harvest review process. And I just, you may have missed it, because she said it very matter-of-factly, but bear in mind that the review period for a timber harvest plan is a few days on the front end. And then within 10 days, the board's supposed to get out there onto these properties and do an assessment of best management practices and whether they'll work or not. That is unbelievably quick. And her team has been able to manage to do those inspections, to do the vast majority of them within that specified time period. And it is truly extraordinary how quick that review has to occur. It is really a credit to that unit that they're able to crank out the productivity with those type of deadlines. As capable as the other units in this office are, if you told them that they had a few days to review a waste discharge permit and 10 days to do a compliance inspection afterwards and make sure that it was exactly going to comply over the term of the permit, that would truly be extraordinary. And yet kind of Angela's unit does it as a matter of course. So very complicated program, very tight timelines, a lot of ballooning new requirements. And I think it's being handled exceptionally well by Clint and his team.
Thank you. Angela, I have heard that particularly south of Sacramento, the sawmill capacity has decreased significantly, thereby impacting post-fire recovery. Is that true? And if so, what are we going to do? What can be done? It's probably not within our realm, but what can be done to address that?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that the industry talks about. They have a lot of concerns about. Over the years, a lot of the mills have closed, and it really has become pretty much dominated by a couple of the industrial landowners. And part of what we see is the effect that sort of trickle down effect is, so Sierra Pacific Industries, for example, would have their sawmill. They've got one here in Anderson. We've got a number of them around the state, And once they have, 50,000, 70,000, 200,000 acres of their land that's been burned in a year, they'll put a stop to accepting or buying any other logs from any other landowner. So they just basically say, we have so much of our own that we have to deal with that we can't handle yours. And I think that's definitely an impact. The market itself for those logs is definitely saturated, so it drives the value of them down, and it absolutely has an impact. What do we do about it? That's a fantastic question.
And the other thing, and Angela, this has come up in your presentations before, and I think it's almost as critical, is the biomass facilities. They're just is zero capacity. I mean, I won't say zero, but there's extraordinarily limited capacity compared to what there once was. And these are the facilities that could burn dead trees in particular. There are a lot of trees that wouldn't be necessarily great for board material, but you can still burn the trees and generate electricity. There are a lot of environmental groups that have issues with the biomass facilities, but they are part of the solution. If you really want to manage the forests so to be sustainable, you have to figure out what you're going to be doing with the bark beetle and drought impacted trees that are just sitting there waiting to be torched. And the question I've heard kind of foresters say, well, you could leave them out there and they're going to burn one way or the other, or you could burn them in a biomass facility and at least get some electricity out of it, and have some more carbon neutrality with that practice than you'd have if they just were left out there, to burn on their own accord, because lightning's going to get them eventually. So it's a very interesting kind of question, but it speaks to the difficulties we have in managing this facility when there's so many other pressures on this type of practice, on these type of practices.
And if you don't
Yeah,
answer
thank
those,
you for that.
yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you for that, Patrick. That was actually something that, there's so many things that we could talk about in these presentations. It's not something I put in the presentation, but certainly the difference between commercializing timber products and dealing with fuels management where there is no commercial market for those, just exactly what Patrick was saying. It's costly. It's costly to truck the material to the biomass facilities. They don't pay you for it. I mean, it's an expensive proposition to manage fuels.
But if we don't manage fuels, we get burn force and we get very significant water quality impacts out of that. I've seen some of those impacts not only in your area, but down on the Kern Basin some years ago, when I swear a mountain moved down into the Kern River. It was a real mess. Obviously, as far as any aquatic life in that river, it was destroyed, at least for a time. So, and the water quality itself was horrible. So as a society, we have a challenge to find solutions, and you got to be careful what you suggest as a solution, because typically everything is connected to everything else. And you try one thing and talk about how great it is, and lo and behold, it has impacts elsewhere. So, well, on that really sad and dismal note, but it's really what we're up against as we look for solutions to forest management. There are solutions out there, but they have to be holistic solutions. I want to thank you very much. And if there are no more questions or comments.
Dr. Longley.
Yes.
I had just a brief comment. Angela, I really appreciate that thorough presentation as well. I mean, been an afternoon of thorough presentations, and actually, I was really looking forward to coming to Reading and doing a tour out there. And I'm at the sake of overcommitting myself, I am very interested in coming up to the Reading office and seeing some of these areas to kind of illustrate some of these points that you raised firsthand. So I will very much look forward to that. And thank you for all the hard work, and Clint, you as well, obviously. So thank you.
just a request to Reading office, if any board, if board member Abdus or any other board member gets up there, please make sure they also see the issues associated with it, acid mine drainage. You can't pass that one up. With that said, we'll move on. And Mr. Executive Officer, is there anything else we need to discuss today before we adjourn?
I think that's about it for today. It's pretty easy to see the effects of acid mine drainage from the Reading office. As long as there's not smoke in the air, you can look straight across the water and see Iron Mountain Mine and a few other mines on the.
That's when you have good prices for copper and war. Anyway, with that said, I'll adjourn this meeting until the December 9th, the 10th meeting, and it's going to be a virtual meeting. That'll be the 578th meeting of this board.
And I will note that WQCC should be treated as a board meeting. You know, that is
true.
That's
a Central Valley, but it's not a Central Valley Water.
Not a Central Valley Water Board meeting.
It is a board meeting, and I sure hope that board members can get out for, or you can go online for that one, but there's going to be a lot of information put out. And particularly if you haven't been around for, if you haven't been on the board, you're gonna hear a lot about other regions also. It's really, it's a learning experience that you should take advantage of.
It is a virtual meeting, right, Dr. Longley?
That's correct.
Okay.
So, by the way, I don't know if about you, Denise, but I haven't been to Sacramento since February of 2020.
Yes, that's correct. That was the last meeting.
It's going to be 2 years for me. That's, and you know, I didn't miss it either. Okay, with that said, we'll move on, and you all take care and have a great weekend.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
staff.
Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Okay, I'll end this meeting.